Alright, well, FF6 people take over.
This was probably the best FF5 race I've ever been in, so.
Yeah.
Hey guys, welcome to FF6 Do Sketch. Just like FF4 and the FF5 portion. Wow, that was just very insane. The runners we have here in FF6, Fatho, eLmaGus, Bick, they're all very good at their games. So we're going to be expecting a nice competitive finish here. Looks like eLmaGus here just got out of Narsh. Welcome again. We are starting FF6 No Sketch. Each runner is just hit new game and off to the races. I am Creative Ellie. I'll be commentating alongside with puwexil. I'm sure he'll be joining us shortly. So for the first 15 minutes of the run, it's pretty much, you're not missing out too much. Terra's going to be, what the runners are doing is they're leveling up Terra to level 6. Nothing exciting so far. One thing to keep note is that in their beginning menus, what they do is that they actually change the battle speed to the slowest setting. It actually does not affect the allies. It actually only affects the enemies. So by doing that, you're actually going to give yourself more turns for the run. So that's very nice. I think Vegas escaped Narsh at a time around 15-16 minutes. I'm going to assume that everyone here is going to be doing river manipulation, veld manipulation, etc. The way that works is that you're going to notice that in the Narsh caves, they're going to be getting some nice encounters to help level Terra up to level 6. And they're also going to have some nice encounters toward the Veld and Mount Hobs.
Can't get the will quick kill in a marathon anymore, dude. It's always something. Always.
Also enjoy everyone's color schemes here. Lynn's, Fatho's, very, very nice. Let's see how Lynn's walk battle goes. Fatho just killed the Marshal. Looks like he's going to be having a very nice escape Narsh time. It looks good.
By the way, everybody, I have not practiced either, so it's going to be experience for everybody.
Haven't practiced? What a lie, dude.
What a liar! Not with this color scheme.
Dude. Please, I think FF4 taught us that color scheme means absolutely nothing.
Have you seen my stream, Vic?
I don't need to. I know I'm just behind.
So once again, thank you to the Final Fantasy V runners. Congratulations to Chrono Kirby on breaking the 15-minute-old world record of SWED. Absolutely amazing runs. Definitely a superb improvement over the runs we've had in the past. That's certainly an accomplishment that needs to be lauded 100%. I don't think there's ever been a relay race where the world record was broken and then broken again in 10 minutes. That's pretty hype.
Absolutely.
So once again, pretty amazing run, and shoutouts to Airship and Zinfogel. I know Zinfogel took an encounter in the desert and had to reset and lost step route, but all in all, just great runs all around. I think just definitely a significant improvement in FF5 just in the past month, let alone since we did the last relay. So it's definitely, if you're interested in speedrunning Final Fantasy V, I'm sure any of those guys would be more than happy to talk to you and teach you the ropes. And from what I can tell, they're doing new routes just about every day, every week. They get a new plan, come up with something new. I'm sure everybody's got a reasoning behind what they do. So it's definitely a prime opportunity. Seems like a prime time to get into Final Fantasy V, to learn the ropes. Learn the reasons behind why the speedrunners are choosing to do what they do, and just help knock that time down even further.
The resources are very amazing. There's so many resources available. Looks like Magus just got finished with Figaro Castle. The thing about the castle is that you're just watching a bunch of cutscenes. You're grabbing Edgar and heading to the cave, the South Figaro cave. Really nothing interesting there. It's a whole bunch of cutscenes too.
So I realized that the intro to Final Fantasy VI was kind of taken up by the hullabaloo of Final Fantasy V. One thing you probably didn't see, and one thing you'll continue to see throughout the rest of this run, is that the speedrunners will take the time to actually run away, have certain characters run away as a fight ends. And what this does is it siphons all of the experience onto whoever the one character remaining in the fight. And obviously, Vixen Wedge, who you start the game with, you never see him again. You want them to run away. You want to give Terra as much experience as possible. And in Final Fantasy VI, I think it actually varies per character, but characters join the party based off of the level of certain other members. So, for example, the fight that Lean just took to level up Terra is important, so that we get Locke at a specific level. And you'll see a lot of that throughout different points of the run, where we need to make sure specific characters have reached a certain level, so that when a new character joins, they're at +2 of whatever level the average party level is. I think most of them are average party level, if not all of them.
Yeah, they're all
Right.
going to be based off average, plus, and then there might be a plus something, there might not be, but that's always the bottom line for sure.
I don't know if anybody pointed out the difference between sketch or no sketch. I wasn't there for the beginning.
No, go for it.
All right, so the category that these guys are running is no sketch. There's actually a very, very powerful glitch called sketch in this game. Requires a cartridge of 1.0. What the sketch glitch actually does, it allows you to warp to the end of the game rather quickly, and gives you it allows you to spawn in some nice equipment. So the runners aren't going to be using the sketch glitch. They're going to be using various strats to actually. They won't be doing any warping, and they're going to be doing some various strats to kill the bosses here. Because in sketch, you can actually one-shot the final bosses.
course.
One of the most
Sorry, go ahead.
sorry. One of the most important relics in this game is definitely the running shoes or the sprint shoes. At least one character is gonna be slapped on with those shoes. It's very important.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to run fast makes this. I'm sure it probably like takes like an hour off at least. I can't imagine playing through this without having sprint shoes. You'd be like, oh, this sucks. Plodding along. Sounds like a cattle run if I ever heard it. Not cuckoo. So moving onward, if you look at eLmaGus' stream up in the top right, he just picked up the Atlas armlet, and then you're gonna see eLmaGus actually take a couple of particular fights to grind out to get that average party level a little bit higher, so that Sabin will join at average party level +2, I believe. And
I think we want Sabin at level 11.
Yeah, and so you gotta take a couple of fights as you're traversing the Mount Colts to keep.
Yeah, so before they fight Vargas, we want Terra to be level 8, Locke to be 9, Edgar to be 10, and that'll set up Sabin nicely. It'll set up the nice party levels for the Ultros fight.
If you have some downtime, you can probably cover things like the battle speed or weight tricking or encounterless tiles or any of that stuff.
Yeah, going back to battle speed, as I said earlier, it's very important that you change it to the slowest setting because it actually changes it only changes the enemy speed. The character speed by the menu is actually not effective. Weight tricking is very nice. It allows you to hold off everybody's ATB while you're waiting for an animation to finish so that you're not wasting any extra ATB gauges. So you're definitely going to be seeing that a lot in this run.
You want to talk about the thing that just happened to me?
What happened to you?
Well, Nats happened.
Oh, Nets, yeah. If Ma gets Net in the Marshall fight, you actually want to take off some equipment. So if Mog gets disabled, it's going to be really slow, and he's also a good damage dealer too. So that's not ideal at all. It actually wastes quite a bit of time.
Pretty much the best you can hope for, which you would almost never do, is hold off on his turn, and you can still pull something off, but other than that, you get owned.
Yeah, Mog Net feels bad, man.
Yeah, that's super unfortunate. So, in terms of step routing in this game is slightly different than 4. I'm not as familiar as with 5 setup, but in Final Fantasy 6, it actually saves the current seed to on the card itself. So it takes a bit of setting up to do. You actually didn't get to see that off stream. But you can guarantee the particular seed that you're on when you start the game by doing a number of resets and like file loads and so on and so forth. And that allows the runners to basically get into the encounters they expect to get into, and allows them to do manipulation for different parts of the run further down the road. And you also notice the runners are perhaps not yet, but as they traverse the world map, there's particular tiles that they're making sure that they walk on. For whatever reason, some tiles in this game, such as where like the meadow-looking terrain meets like normal grass terrain, some of those tiles, it's just impossible to get an encounter on those tiles, and so in order to minimize the number of encounters you're getting, you want to walk a very particular way on basically any time you're on the world map, just to minimize the number of encounters you're getting.
you're to see a great example of them trying to get a particular scene in the beginning when they do river manipulation. What that does, it's going to skip quite a lot of encounters and save a lot of time. So I'll talk a little bit about that when they get there. Again, for like the first 40 minutes or first 30 minutes, you're going to see them actually engage in random encounters to help level up the characters. Edgar has a nice auto crossbow. His tools are very, very powerful. Very nice for the world to balance.
And you definitely want the money as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially in the no sketch route. I think money's a little tighter than it is in the sketch route. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah, money is definitely tight. And a lot of the guild also comes from stealing things. So if people decide to if they don't get a certain steal first try, they have to go out of the way and get something, for example. So it's another reason why the guild is tight, because the steal actually can affect that too.
It just depends on what you want to do.
Right.
There are plenty of optional items you can get if you want to take the extra steps and encounters. But obviously, when you're gunning for a good time, you bank on some RNG going your way, for sure.
Vargas fight is pretty straightforward, just using some crossbows and physical attack and fire. And the Magus here will teach us how to blitz.
Vargas is probably about as hard or easy as you want it to be, because you can keep track of where he takes his turns and manipulate what you do in such a way that he doomfists you early or doesn't doomfist you at all, or you can just kind of hold A and call it a day. Really, it's just up to the player. And we're talking saving some seconds, like nothing super major.
The Atlas arm, it's very nice. Increases the attack / fight power. Really boosts Edgar's crossbow. So Fallow just picked that up there. On his way to Vargas. On the way to Vargas, there's an enemy formation called with 2 sets of enemies called Trillium. Now, if they get a poison off, that's actually a waste of time. It's pretty annoying because you have to open up the menu and cast Antidote to heal poison. So we hope that doesn't happen. All right, looks like Magus is entering the hideout. It's going to be a few cutscenes here, and then we're going to see some river manipulation. There are actually some important items to pick up in the hideout itself. They're going to be used later in the game or to sell for some GP.
So one interesting thing about the hideout that I never knew, like as a casual player of this game, is you can actually say no to Banin 3 times about helping him, and then he actually gives you a Genji glove instead of the gauntlet that he would normally give you for saying yes, and it skips a cutscene. So, it doesn't skip a cutscene, but it's a different, shorter cutscene. And obviously the Genji glove is significantly more useful than the gauntlet is, and it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to say no to him 3 times. Yeah, who would have thought? Get a better accessory and save a little bit of time. You're definitely going to see the Genji glove in action with Edgar here and then Saban later in the run. What the Genji glove does, it actually allows you to equip 2 weapons on both hands. So that that combination gives them definitely a nice attack power there.
I'd just like to note that every single encounter before Vargas was a preemptive except the last one.
Oh God.
So I'm on a really, really good pace in my PB going into Vargas.
That's crazy.
One day, dude, I'll play in a relay without cheaters, man.
Same. How many frames is this that? That's like, I don't know, 10?
All right, I think we're coming up to Magus pulling off his verb manipulation. It's going to be glorious.
What a minute it was. Wait until you see this.
Ouch, dang.
The Mega Strats, loving them. Looks like Fatho also got a Doomfist. He's about to kill Vargas here. But like you said, that with all those preempts was just it's gonna be a very nice Mount Hobs.
Y'all are just non-believers, man.
Every time, dude. It's easy, apparently. I love it.
Dang, I missed the frame.
So what they're referencing with river manipulation is that you can actually save and reload and then jump into the river, and then depending on if you watch the NPC walk and then you run out of the room at a particular time based off of the NPC movement, you know what the value is, and that value is what determines whether or not you get encounters on the river. I believe there's 1 or 2 mandatory encounters on the river.
2.
And then I
2
think it's like
encounters.
7 possible total. I just know there's a lot. And so you definitely want to manipulate it, because that's 7 encounters you don't have to run away from if it's properly manipulated.
Mm-hmm. The trick is pretty. The trick itself is pretty frame perfect. You're waiting for the NPC to start moving up. I think to the carpet, something of that nature. Start heading down to the screen. It's not too difficult. Might take a little bit of practice, but you're gonna notice them saving and reloading a couple times. Set that NPC up.
It's definitely looser than you might think, but of course you still have to pay attention or else it's not going to happen.
So on Magus' stream in the top right, you'll notice like during animations he's actually waiting in menus, and that's what's called wait tricking. During that time, ATB isn't raising.
Get hype.
Oh yeah.
I'm an idiot though, because I mean, I practiced with Terra dying, but I didn't realize that she actually didn't get hit during the river, so I could have attacked the turn earlier. But I still got it. I don't know. That didn't save time though, I think.
Yeah, unfortunately, you got that riot blade at the end. Riot blade is very nice if you get in the beginning. What was that 1/16th chance? It's a very low chance of that happening, but if it happens in the beginning, it does feel glorious.
So that fight is actually set up to where that that chance is always there. It's specifically manipulated that Terra will get a turn in and have the chance to do that. So to have it happen is pretty awesome. It's definitely a rare thing. But yeah, so we have Fathalow's manipulating preemptives, cheating that way. eLmaGus is manipulating limit breaks or desperation attacks. Alright, let's see how Lean's cheating, and then Beck has excuses all across the board.
Oh yeah, dude, definitely. I already made a walking
A couple
mistake.
A couple people were talking about the returner softlock here. Something to note is if you're doing seed manipulation, you're probably never going to see the returner softlock, because it's based off NPC movement, and unless you just don't know what you're doing when you're walking, you're not going to be within the range to actually get that softlock. Also, even if you are on the proper RNG to get the softlock, if you run into the returner's base while holding down A to buffer talking to that guy immediately and mash as hard as you can avoid the softlock entirely, even if you're on the proper RNG.
Where's the fun in avoiding softlocks?
Fathalow's probably already had his fair share and then some of softlocks, so he's allowed to miss that one.
Yeah.
So we have eLmaGus on the Sabin scenario, where the first scenario where it splits off into 3, and you'll notice he picked up Shadow, as well as... Did you do shopping there? I wasn't really paying too much
I bought
attention.
stuff for safety. Normally, in an attempt, I would probably not buy stuff there, but it's better to have an extra Phoenix down and an extra pair of sprint shoes, just in case I forget.
Okay. And so picking up
Makes
Shadow
sense.
is something that, I guess, a year plus ago that wasn't done. You would just take Sabin, you would just run into the camp and run through with Sabin and Zion. But Shadow makes things safer and also more consistent, and I think ideally is also a little bit faster. Or I'm actually not sure which is ideally faster, but it's definitely equitable, and there's
Definitely
no reason not to
safer
grab
for
him.
sure. You're gonna be carrying Shadow all the way to Phantom Train. There could be quite some nasty battles there. So it's definitely a good measure and good safety.
I believe the discussion was not getting him and then having the most ideal scenario is still barely faster. the ideal scenario is probably never gonna happen.
Unless you're Fatho?
I mean, yeah, like whether it's good or bad, he makes it happen. So it's a talent for sure.
So you saw Fatho kill those 2 sets of enemies there. So that bumps up Edgar to level 11. It's going to be useful for the Opera, where he can do some extra damage against the rats. Vargas enters Cyan, our man.
Mustache man. So this fight with the commander, there's 2 drops. The normal drop is a black belt, which is good because you can sell that for money. And the quote-unquote rare drop is a Phoenix down. 1 in 8 chance of getting the rare drop, and so we're guaranteed to see it right here.
It is a substantial amount of money for this early in the game. It hurts to not get it. By no means the end of the world at all, but it does suck.
I don't have the big curse, man. I tried.
Few people do. Maybe you'll curse me though. Who knows?
You never know.
Looks like he did get the common drop, the black belt. Another thing he did there was he changed the battle speed to the fastest. Retort's not gonna do well over there if you have it set to the slowest speed.
Actually, I did not set it to fastest, but
Oh, you did not? Oh, I'm sorry.
no. It's still alright if it doesn't work out. I just like to save the menu because then you don't have to change it back. It's like you lose like 3 seconds in the battle. It can still work out that if you get very good ATB and you do 1 run buffer, that you can get the retort in before he attacks. So, but that's a very, very rare case scenario. So it's a big. It's like you're losing like a second overall if you don't change the battle speed.
Oh, okay. All right. Fatho got a sub 41 Ultros. Pretty decent. Megas is going to get a couple trash battles here where you just pretty much hold A. So for this 4-soldier fight, what's going to be happening is that Sabin and Shadow are going to be attacking the front enemies and then finishing off the back with either pummel or throwing a dirk at them.
Dirks won't do enough damage, but I bought shurikens. You also have the air lancet at your disposal if you pick that up
gotcha.
in the hideout. But yeah, ideally you do want to kill one with Shadow and then use a blitz with Sabin and hope that it hits one of the Templars in the back. And then just kill the other one with Shadow and hit the last one with the blitz. That way you don't have to throw anything.
Another thing you can do for that fight is just wait for Cyan to go and see if he kills one of the front guys, and then you can just kill one of the front guys with Shadow and then bolt the back cadet. That ends up being a little bit faster if it works out.
It's definitely more consistent, I would say.
Vic about to do his river manip here. You can see how he watches the NPC.
Also not sure it was mentioned, but shortening the character names to one letter reduces the time it takes for each name to be drawn in each text box. So any character that has a reasonable amount of dialogue is going to have their name shortened to one character, just because the amount of frames it saves per character letter in the name is pretty significant over the course of a 4 or 5 hour run.
Mm-hmm.
I always get mad when Bannon doesn't run, but if it's to get his shades, then I understand, which is exactly what happened.
Gotta swag it up.
Ben looks good in shades, man. Mega's gonna get in 3 extra battles here, fighting some grunts and and the other soldier. Pretty easy to take care of. Alright, Big about to enter the Ultros fight. See if we get to see that big luck.
Good luck on Riot Blade.
Thank you. I'm trying to take off your example.
Mega's about to hop on some Magitech armor, and he's gonna get some more mandatory encounters where you're just pretty much holding A and win.
Ah, didn't do it. I did not see the frame. Maybe next time.
When are you gonna get good?
I need to practice more, dude.
Another thing about Saban, he's actually he's quite a powerhouse. He's definitely a powerhouse for the World of Balance. He could output lots of damage, along with Edgar. Cyan can also do some decent damage. A thing to note about Aura's I'm sorry. A thing to note about save and splits is that a lot of them are actually magic based. Their power is based on magic, so you're going to be seeing them equip earrings to boost save and splits power. That's why you're going to see them do lots of damage.
Because earrings make you stronger. Proven fact.
Unfortunately for Lin, Mysteria died, so no chance of Riot Blade. That can't happen.
I failed a blitz input for the first time since before the tournament.
Ouch.
Yeah, in my Ultros fight, the damage rolls were so low on Terra, she didn't even go down to critical. So I had no chance at Riot Blade.
Dude. Rough. I had my chance though, I just blew it. I blew it.
So, a little history about the tournament that Lean was talking about. A while ago, I guess it wasn't that long ago, we did a speedrun tournament of this game where we had 80 participants speedrun this game up until Kefka and Narsh. And of the 4 runners, the winner of the tournament was Lean 1 in the bottom left, who I believe prior to that tournament had never even speedrun the game.
That is correct.
So, look what he's become now, a full-fledged runner.
pretty
So
amazing.
proud.
He already has a sub 5 no sketch run. It's pretty gnarly.
And then the other 3, they've been here before. They're not important.
Just say it. We suck. It's okay. I can
Yeah.
live with it.
By all rights, I shouldn't have been in this relay or the last relay, but here I am. It's all good, man. I know what's up.
So for those of you who haven't been here for the last 8 hours, this is a Super Nintendo Final Fantasy numbered relay. Unfortunately, no Mystic Quest here. Where we have 4 teams of 3 people. One person speedruns Final Fantasy 4, the other speedruns Final Fantasy 5, and the last, which is here, speedruns Final Fantasy 6. And you can see the current team times. They're a bit small, but they are in the middle of the layout there. Currently on the top right, Wyburn's in the lead with 7 hours and 3 minutes, 43 seconds to complete Final Fantasy 4, Final Fantasy 5. And then in second place, currently Chupon with 7 hours, 13 minutes, 26 seconds. Third place, NightBat in the top left, 7 hours, 19 minutes, 40 seconds. And then bringing up, last but not least, we have JerkBird in the bottom left at 7 hours, 21 minutes, and 35 seconds. If you missed the Final Fantasy 5 race, you missed out. Just saying. Watch the highlight.
Yeah, I already couldn't believe Swed's run, and then Chronos was even better.
Should have done it in the other order, because now you guys gotta watch us play this game.
It's okay, because Fathlo is gonna get world record here. I believe.
I don't see why not.
Anybody get any Phoenix downs, or are we good?
I haven't gotten there yet. This guy showing off how far ahead he is.
Yeah.
I bought 1 extra, just in case maybe Rizapass or get a crit on Cyan or something.
for the Phantom train that Magus is on currently, what he's doing there is just running all the way to the end so he can fight the Phantom train itself. Nothing too special, although if you do get some pincers, it could be pretty nasty in this area. But I think we all have a similar question to for Magus. See what he does.
I'll tell you
Depends
what,
on the donation,
if he
but-
doesn't, I'm just like.
I hope
taking the
7
stream
dies.
off.
I can't revive him. Then please die 7. Yes, yes, kill him. Go, go. I don't want to waste the time, man.
This guy.
I understand. I understand you.
Come on. No. Now I have to do it.
Faflo getting a back attack. Must have clicked the wrong button on his trainer.
Is that legal?
I guess you watched Roth's stream too closely. Yo, my man Interceptor. I guess my dog. What up? What up, dude? Can you ask for a better fight? I don't think so.
Yeah, dog doing some work. So whenever enemies attack Shadow, there's a chance of them blocking the attack and the Interceptor counter-attacking. The Interceptor is just guaranteed to kill one of the soldiers if it gets an attack off.
I'm losing like a minute here. I got pincered and then paused.
Woo!
So yay.
Oh,
didn't
so much for the
actually
world
do
record.
that. I'm sorry.
Oh man, world record is still possible. Easy.
Agreed.
I mean, I lost a minute on
Saving,
flexing
everything's
because I got
possible.
500 counterattacks.
I was
But
just
I hope
standing there
so.
for like 5 seconds because I forgot that the fight was on the next spot, not this one.
For those of you who didn't notice, you could actually just, if you don't know how the Phantom trades work, you could actually just throw up meanings down, one-shot him.
Oh, baby.
So in reality, this is like a 1 hour 2 minute Phantom train because I mean actually a 1 hour 1:35 because I lost 3 minutes by setting up my audio basically.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, hello.
Hey, puwexil.
I can finally bail, yes! See ya, suckers!
I just got home and getting set up with the restreams.
Well, you will enjoy what's going on my stream.
I'll enjoy your stream once you're out of the Chocobo menu.
It's gonna be a while.
Wow, Faflo getting super trolled by the ghosts. In battle and out of battle?
That's rough, man.
Those first ghosts are gonna always be in the same positions. So there's nothing I could really do about that. I run a few steps in front of them to waste steps for upcoming here, because I had to force an encounter here. So if I take some extra steps back there, it's a little faster when I'm forcing the encounter up here. Oh, and then I got pincered.
Well, I guess I really hated that grunt and just really needed to kill him. Oops.
Yeah,
Yo!
getting pincered in the Phantom train, it's absolutely terrible.
Yo!
Especially if you're not doing step route or you've gotten off of it too with stuff like whispers.
Wow, Fallow got another pincer. That's pretty unfortunate.
Dude, I stole all of Faflo's luck, dude. What is happening right now?
On top of that, hitbox is buffering for him, so if he wanted to splice, now's the time.
Yeah, I started dropping a lot of frames there, but it should be fine now.
Dog. Let's see those Franker Z's, man.
Alright, I see eLmaGus is actually not doing the fundraiser pass thing, so never mind.
Yeah, the thing is, that fastball scared me with like Cyan getting crit. I only have 1 Phoenix Stone, so if that happens, I would be screwed.
Yeah. Well, no fun to talk about.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, wasn't it specifically that knocked Countdown out of the Kefka Nurse tournament?
Yeah, I believe so.
It was his first loss, and then that probably set the tone, yeah. I know he got screwed in another race too, but I don't remember what happened. Either way, yeah, I'm sure we've all lost at least one run to that.
Well, that extra Phoenix down came in handy. I was on pace for a 58 Phantom Train, and now it's gonna be over an hour. Yay.
Don't worry, that's still 3 minutes faster than me. It's all good.
See that Magus is fighting Rizzo Pass. Looks like he can end up using the retort glitch, but a thing to note is that you can actually skip a phase if you let a certain amount of time pass by. So after you kill the 2 fish, you can fight Rizzo Pass straight up. As for the retort glitch, what you'd be doing is you'd be killing Cyan in the first phase of that battle. Phoenix him down. The way the retort glitch works is that after a certain action is performed, Cyan's gonna be countering it, following up with a retort. And actually doing a retort on Rizzo Pass that actually skips his death animation, so you could save quite a bit of time there. I think it's like 10 seconds or so.
I mean, the main reason for that is just because you can do the setup for it for free because of having to wait a minute before Rizzo spawns.
And yeah, sorry, I didn't suplex because of the crap that happened to me leading up to that.
Oh, banned, blacklisted, dude. Get this guy out of here. Just kidding. I still love you a lot. Maybe I can make up for Fathlow's transgression by suplexing myself and then dying. We'll see.
That would be epic.
Yeah. I'll try it just for you, dude.
A great way to have Dream Bomb be part of the relay in spirit.
So what Vegas did there, sold some items for some gil, mainly buy the dried meat so he can recruit Gal. You need the dried meat to have Gal in the party. The thing is about trying to recruit Gal, you want to make sure that both characters are alive, and you cannot get Gal if you are pincered or back attacked, I believe.
Yeah. Couple formation packs he can't show up either. me another. Ah.
I found the rest of Fathlow's pincers.
I think I found the rest of his preemptives. Yeah, dude. You're about to watch me splice like a 102 Phantom Train. No problem. Dude.
Well, looks like FF6 has been pretty cruel so far.
Fatlow had an amazing.
Started out okay
Hobs.
for Fatlow, but
Yeah.
he went too far. He reached too high, got too close to the sun.
And had to come back down to Earth where there'd be big bats.
You're gonna see an example of the retort glitch right on Fathlow's stream. He's fighting there's a pass battle right now.
Yeah, the audio might have come on once I reloaded or something. Maybe that's what happened. It's happened before.
Did Neerrm refresh the streams again? Guess that might have happened then.
Oh, he has multiple audio sources unmuted.
Did it automatically, man? I had no control over that.
The thing is with Hitbox, if he unmutes one stream, then refreshes another one, the other one will automatically be unmuted, because Hitbox is awesome. That's why that happens.
Still haven't gotten a sub-hour train yet, although that's somewhat freer than a year ago, but still needs at least a majority of things to go right in the first hour.
You gotta have decent luck. It doesn't even have to be that great, but I will say that I don't think anyone's had decent luck across the board.
Yeah, unfortunately some nasty pincers on the way to the train. So Megas here is going along the Serpent Trench. There's a total of 4 battles. It's very bad if he gets pincered there. Like
Hey!
Nice.
I'm sorry.
Classic.
That was alright though. It could have been
Yeah.
worse. Got away immediately, basically.
Yeah, the Serpent Trench is a place where you can, assuming you've been running this game a while, gain or lose a lot of time off of your splits just outside your control because of pincers costing a lot of time and preemptives or side attacks saving a lot.
Yeah, I got
Absolutely.
the Justice preemptive, right?
Because pretty much every formation here except the first the single angle form you can get at the first one is kind of a high run difficulty rating. So even if it's just a regular battle, it's still going to be kind of slow to run away from.
Even the angle form itself can be bad as well, since they're just an overly difficult of an individual enemy.
Yeah, the single angle form is a pretty dangerous too, in that it can do Aqua Rake on the first turn, I believe a 1 out of 3 chance, and if that happens, you've got another fight to get through before you can get into the menu to heal, and you have a pretty decent chance of dying unless you maxed out your HP before jumping in.
Aqua Rake feels like 100%. I'm not really like.
I mean, in like race type settings, I would, or marathons or whatever, I would just kill the angle form if I got that fight just for safety, because it will die to like an Orbolt or or like a dispatch.
You do need an Orbolt, but an Orbolt will kill it for sure.
Wow, our man Lin suplexing the train. GG.
The man of the people.
Don't worry, I'll get the people's trust back when I shock.
Okay, my time's off.
He has a point.
I think between that and Fatflow getting 0 bomb encounters in the house, he'll probably win everybody back over.
Not only does he get 0 encounters, but he dances with them first.
Exactly.
And Nakia, you just don't want to jump off the boat to continue the other scenario. You want to make sure you want to buy some smoke bombs along with some echo screens. You also pick up a eLmaGus hat there for later. Smoke bombs are going to come in very handy for escaping battles.
Yeah, the shops you have access to in Nakia are pretty much the sole reason for doing Sabin scenario first out of the 3. There is a little bit of a case for doing Lock first, because of mostly getting running shoes in the Figaro basement, which give you auto haste, but in the end, having the smoke bombs for the other 2 scenarios ends up saving more time in most cases.
Here we're going to see eLmaGus do something called the sequence break. What he's doing there is he's opening up a menu just right on the tile before the soldier's coming down, so it allows Locke to clip through the soldier and actually access some of the parts without having to go through, talking to merchants and things like that. You actually skip a lot by doing that.
You just kind of work your way backwards, and you go through the dungeon first, you get Celis first, and then you grab a couple items, and then you work your way back to the beginning so you can leave again.
Yeah, going back to what Bix said earlier, there are very useful items to pick up when you traverse backwards. Some nice accessories to sell for GP, elixir, so some pretty nice items there, and the earrings too.
Might have been brought up earlier too, but the pincer attack that Team NightBat has right now is part of the manipulation route. just because of how Velt encounters work as far as being refights with specific enemy packs from earlier.
It's funny you mentioned that. Like, I played this game a lot, and then I saw that pincer, and I was like, what the F? And then I remembered it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's actually the game's tutorial on pincers.
Actually, I did not want to do that.
Yo, Vic, I got the
Yeah.
triple preemptive trench again.
Guy, dude.
Oh,
I think every
I mean,
other
I-
team is cheating.
I guess at least you're 50-50 splitting between best luck and worst luck.
Yeah.
But still, what the heck, man? Please tell me I didn't just...
keep in mind that we do have
Something wrong
the king of airship soft locks in this race. Yeah, the Magus hat will be seeing use for quite a bit of the remainder of the run because it boosts magic stat for mage type characters by 5, which makes a fairly significant difference when you use rods later on.
I have this terrible feeling I sold something I shouldn't have, but I don't really have time to check.
I don't think you can sell anything you absolutely need.
I have this terrible feeling I sold one of my, or the only white cape that I have right now. Which is not
Right.
the end of the world, but
That would be the one thing you can sell.
yeah. I mean, I can just pick up everything, I guess, if that's the case, but that's really unfortunate if I did do that.
Just saw Magus right there pick up the Thunder Rod. He's going to be using it for the next boss here to one-shot it. That item actually stays there as long as you don't pick up that certain chest the first Figaro cave visit.
Yeah, like that fight right there that Magus smoke bombed out of probably would have been fatal if he didn't have smoke bombs. So back to what we were saying earlier about those paying off dividends in the other two scenarios.
Yeah, smoke bombs are very crucial.
Oh, he also just kind of skipped getting Celis too. We'll see her later though. She's okay. Yeah, this is the first time we see elemental rods in action. Unlike in FF5 where only mages can use rods, in FF6 any character can, and if you use it as an item it breaks, then cast the level 2 spell of that element. But Square kind of, I think, tried to balance rods a little bit by making them a lot more expensive and you not able to buy them until quite a bit later in the story, but in a way they're kind of even more overpowered because of two properties. The first one is that they ignore enemy magic defense, which is pretty big on quite a few situations, and then they also do the highest possible damage variation. So with Locke at the level and magic stat that he has there, the Thunder Rod will always do 1448 to tunnel armor and has 1300 HP, so it's a guaranteed one shot.
Absolutely, you're going to see the runners actually buy a lot of them for the later bosses in the run. They're very, they output, like I said, very, very nice damage.
But yeah, the South Figaro part of Locke's scenario is, I always find a really just interesting part of the runs of this game, just because it's very different depending on the category. Like in the sketch glitch run, you actually just skip all of it, and that results in Celis being glitched out and pretty much permanently replaced by Kutan the Moogle, but that's only viable if you're not going to be playing the start of the World of Ruin normally, and since we are in no sketch, they do need to get Celis, but they can skip a second trip through they can skip having to do the side quest with changing costumes and stuff. but also skip having to make a second trip through the basement where there's encounters if they kind of do what you can see Faflo doing right now, which is to glitch through that guard and go in the back door, but then go name Celis, which makes her Celis instead of Kotan, and then get beat up by this heavy armor here in order to get back across town, which you otherwise wouldn't be able to do.
Aw, yeah. Thanks, Fatflo. Give me another, please.
Oh, on the angle farm too.
Yeah. The exact opposite of that.
Wow.
Could've been so bad.
Dodged a bullet there.
Fatflo, man,
Yeah, only having one character does make this cave fairly dangerous, because probably the worst situation you can end up in is to get pincer attacked by the Trilobiter and Gold Bearer pack, just because the Bearer has a attack called Gore, and if it hits Locke in the back with that, that might one-shot him. So in a race like this is before going into this cave is an excellent opportunity to save.
Absolutely. Well, you saw
I
Magus
forgot
did
to
there.
save before coming in here. So it's pray no bear pincer.
Oh, let's hope.
I did save during the scene selection.
Yeah, and having
So-
the running shoes on lock does give you a pretty good chance to outspeed enemies, even if you do get pincered, just because of how fast lock is. But yeah, it is still a bit of a danger.
It's another reason why we set the battle speed to 1, since it only affects the enemies.
Or set
time
it to
gauge.
6, you mean?
Or set it to 6, sorry. Slowest speed.
Ooh, I see we got a angle form pincer there.
Ouch.
Poor big man. I'm sorry.
It's all good, man. We lived. We lived.
Yeah, and even though he's just the angle forms, along with just how bad Cyan is at running, meant that even though he was building his hidden run gauge the whole time Cyan's ATB bar was filling, he still didn't run until a few seconds after it filled. And Magus just wrapped up Terra's scenario. I guess we can probably explain that when it's like Fathlo is just starting it. So yeah, the second river segment here, it's pretty much the same as the first, where there's encounter points. The first one is forced, and then there's 2 more after that that are random. You could theoretically reset and manipulate it, but that doesn't actually end up saving time unless you get all of the possible battles, basically. So pretty much everybody that runs this game just rolls with it and hopes to get 1 battle. That's the lowest number. But most of the rest of Terra's scenario is just getting through the mines of Narish and hoping to get a bunch of preemptives to save time off the encounters. And there's a buffer trick they can do to trivialize the rolling lights puzzle too.
It's very nice, so you don't have to walk the entire path. Saves a few seconds there.
Oh, Faflo also just front road Bannon, which may seem kind of counterintuitive, just because that means there's a very, very slightly higher risk of him getting killed by by enemies, but that actually is going to save some time in about 2 hours or so, a little less than that. And Lin 1 getting the side attack on the angle forms.
It's okay, I got the pins from the first fight.
Yeah, I mean, people are speculating on the outcome already. I mean, it's not over till Kefka dies. I mean, there's quite a bit of FF6 left, and the final battle for this category has a lot that can go wrong with it, as has been seen in previous relays.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm trying to remember which one it was where LCC died twice through pretty much no fault of his own to tier
That
3.
was 2 relays ago. Up against Magus and Dream Boom and Essentia.
Magus grabbing a quick safety save here, just because about to fight Kefka at Narish, which is it's a consistent fight if you execute well, but it is possible to die if
Yesterday
you
my
don't
practice
execute
run,
well. Or...
Yesterday my practice run, Gog got crit on the first hit of Kefka and died immediately. So yeah, that was basically. He bolted, it's not Ice 2, but that could have gone so wrong. That's why I took a safety save here. Especially since I did not get the Mytho shield, so.
Yeah.
That's very bad luck right there.
You gonna do the thing, Magus? Did you learn the thing?
The thing hype. What they're talking about is a pretty difficult clip that you can do to clip through the brown soldiers without having to wait for all of them to go past, but I mean, I don't think there's any RNG to it, but the timing for it is kind of tight, and if you fail it, you're generally going to end up having to fight 2 sets of them to get out of before you can get to Kefka. And it only saves a couple seconds if you get it too, so.
I believe in Fathlow.
Mm-hmm.
That.
So like a lot of other enemies and bosses in this game, Kefka has a pretty set AI script, although he does have he has various moves that he can pick from on each turn, but that there is restrictions on that. And in this case, he can't use his most dangerous attack, which is the Ice 2 spell, until his 3rd turn. And then by using the weight trick on Sabin's first Aura Bolt, you can actually pretty much guarantee beating him before he gets his 3rd turn. Which unless he gets a crit on you or something, it makes it a pretty free fight. That was a pretty beastly fight on Magus' part with the double Iron Needle and the crit on it with Edgar.
Yeah, I would have had to do more weight tracking if I didn't get the Iron Needles, but it worked out just fine.
Yeah, you can do both Hornet and Exocyte Rage do functionally the same thing. There's minor frame differences in the attack animations, and Hornet is higher up on the menu, which is why I usually use it. But functionally, they're the same. Oh, did Lynn get a preemptive on the heavy armor? He was kind of sitting there for a while.
That would be amazing. That's like the one fight, or I mean, one of like 2 fights you don't want to preemptive on.
Which is bad ATB.
Yo, I did not sell the white cape. Whew.
He's in there.
Yeah, buddy. You can take me off the list, Tide. For now.
just a small minor note. There's actually some battles that actually have cutscenes in them. You can actually just hold down A to skip through them. There's actually quite a few. I think the longest one is getting Gao. That takes quite a while there.
Yeah, there's kind of a long one on the floating continent after Atma weapon too.
Oh yeah, that too.
Those are the best cutscenes in the game. If only all of them were like it. No mashing, just hold the A button and like check Twitter or something. Oh, and for the Kefka and Narsh battle too, they're putting their battle party into the second group just because it starts 2 tiles closer to Kefka, so no other reason than that. Alright, so then once we're past the scenarios, past the Kefka and Narsh multi-party battle sequence, then you finally get manual control over your party formation. So for the next leg of the game to Zozo and back, we're pretty much just taking the kind of the highest damage dealers that we have access to and Locke, because Locke is fast and you gain some equipment from that shack there that lets you even boost his speed even further, namely the Thief Knife and the Sneak Ring. So just having an extremely fast character can just save a couple seconds potentially on every random encounter that isn't a preemptive as far as getting the smoke bomb off.
Fat low mess up.
Unfortunately, I failed the thing. I walked too early when trying to walk past the guard.
At least you tried, man.
That's not
very,
easy.
Very respectable.
Yeah, I couldn't care less if you get it or not, but yeah, trying it is worth everything.
You may as well fight the rider while you're out there too, you know? Be all inclusive and stuff. Don't tell me you actually ran into the rider.
This Kefka's gonna be fun. Edgar died in the rider fight.
Oh.
Oh.
Did you pick up the extra Phoenix down in South Figaro?
No.
Yeah, so this is going to be quite a bit more dangerous without Edgar, but if any of these characters was going to die before Kefka, Edgar's probably the least important.
Well, let's hope he doesn't crit Gaw as well.
If he does get his third turn, he does only have a 1/3 chance to do Ice 3, and he might single target it too. And if Sabin is at full HP and has the Mithril Shield, has a pretty good chance to survive it and then kill it, Kefka in the next Aura Bolt. Oh, and there down goes LCC with Ice 2. But he should be okay.
I wouldn't. We'll see.
oh, that's right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're not quite done.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine.
GG.
Lost about 3
swag,
minutes,
dude.
but we're good.
I like the swag, man. I like it.
Alright.
Some notes on Magus' shopping at Figaro Castle. There are actually some very powerful tools in the castle, such as the Flash and the Drill. Those are going to be very good for some damage later on. We also bought some Phoenix Downs and some Revivifies that I'll be using later on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at a 50% discount too by having Edgar as the party leader, because all of those problems that we had in FF5 with not having a whole lot of revival items, especially early in the game, are quite a bit different in this game because of the Figaro discount.
It's a very good deal.
Yeah, and those tools are just really good at this point in the game too, because the flash is a magic attack that targets all enemies and ignores damage splitting. Because normally when you multi-target a magic attack in this game, the damage is reduced by 50%, but flash ignores that. And then drill is a single target physical attack that ignores defense.
Mm-hmm.
So even though they're going to Zozo next, it's quite a bit faster to actually go the opposite direction. Stop in that guy's house and steal his hero ring, and then get on the chocobo and ride down to Zozo. The hero ring is like an earrings and an atlas armlet together.
I'm a little mad that I messed up that skip, but whatever. I had it all good, but after doing like the party switching, I walked too early when I was trying to pass the guard, so I just walked right into him. And then that guard reappears right in front of Kefka, so I had to fight him again. And then I tried to dodge the rider, but he caught me too.
Man. Because yeah, he was using a... probably not fair to say recently discovered, because it's been like well over a year, probably closer to 2 now, but a trick where if you... in situations where you have multiple parties, if you switch parties with the input buffered in a certain way, and then also change your party formation as part of it, you can bypass event triggers. And he was trying to use that in order to bypass the game starting the battle with the soldier. That's not the last time that's going to be done in this run too. And the next go around is going to be massively easier.
Oh, another thing to note is I think that getting those encounters there screws up my encounter string. So that's
I think event encounters I think still advance the enemy formation table, even if it doesn't change.
Yeah,
the
they ought to. Your
step
stuff should
counter.
be the same, yeah, but your encounters will probably be different.
It doesn't matter too much at this point, though. Not as much as it did before.
Yeah, because the main payoff for doing the encounter manipulation is just getting a lot of fast encounters to run away from, especially in Sabin's scenario. There's little minor benefits to continuing doing it afterwards, but yeah, they're already past the kind of the main payoff. And unfortunately, a place where it could potentially save a lot of time, it doesn't even work, namely the floating continent.
He will need it to not die in Kefka's tower, though.
Yeah, although fortunately they'll be able to resync with it when they get to the World of Ruin. Alright, pretty clean Kefka fight by Bick.
Yeah, can't really complain. I got to Sabin's turn kind of slow, so I was a little scared, but ended up being fine.
Alright, so we got eLmaGus fighting Dadaluma now. One of Dadaluma has a couple gimmicks associated with him. Probably the one we want to that's the most relevant is that when he's below a certain HP value that I can't remember off the top of my head, in his next turn he'll use 3 either tonics or potions on himself and then cast the protect spell. And that both wastes a bunch of time with the animations and also extends the fight an extra turn. But another gimmick is that once the battle's been running a certain amount of time, get the skip. I think I want to say it's about 30 seconds or so. On Dadaluma's next turn, he will call for reinforcements, and that will override the flag the flag for him healing himself. So, I guess with these particular strategies, we kind of wait to see when Dadaluma gets his first turn and try to fit in a bunch of attacks before that, and and then either just wait for him to take a second turn, or use the wait trick to outspeed him, basically, to manipulate his AI.
The thing is, you want to have 3 attacks before Dadaluma in order to be able to get the quick kill. If you don't get 3 attacks off before he attacks for the first time, you have to wait until he attacks again. The thing is, I basically queued up my 3rd attack and did think I got it, but he attacked between attacks.
Yeah, because Dadaluma does also counterattack, I think 1 out of 3 when you do anything to him, and it's often pretty difficult to tell whether he's countering you or actually taking his first turn to do a normal attack. I mean, the only kind of surefire way to tell is to go into a sub-menu, because if you the animation is going on, because if he attacks while you're still in the menu, then that means it's a counter. So that's kind of a way to tell. But
and there's also a new way to kill Dadaluma, with the retort glitch, which hopefully the other runners will do.
I don't even remember how to do it the other way, so...
Magus not even doing the real strats.
I won't be either.
What a
Don't
guy.
worry.
I would have had to watch a video for that, please.
so Fathlow's gonna do the new strats.
Yeah, I
It
will.
would take me like a minute just to remember the menu.
Yeah, LCC came up with a fairly different strategy for this fight that saves a bit of time, but in order to actually save that time, you do have to be pretty fast at the menuing for it, just because I think you're transferring some of the menuing that you normally would do before the opera to before Dadaluma instead. And you also need to be able to equip the Fire Knuckle and Sabin during a fight. Oh, and then solo slam dancers are the scary encounter in Zozo too, because if they're by themselves, they can do level 2 spells. And if one of them does that, it's generally not going to kill you, but it's going to tap out a lot of your potion supply. Oh, and there's Fathlow getting slam danced, but it wasn't a multi-target at least.
Talking about that potion supply, I have 0 because of the stuff that happened in Sabin's scenario.
Ew, that's really bad, actually.
I bought 2
I had to
extras
waste
and
an
go.
elixir.
Whew.
I think I'll try to pick some up in the next town. Ah, and I missed the NPC clip. Oh well.
I will try to redeem you and probably fail.
Yeah, going in and out of the menu, I guess when you're on the stairs along with one of those guys lets you clip through them, and I think it only saves like frames basically, but it's still quite cool.
Yeah, my encounter string's definitely messed up. Luckily, I got a back attack here that was normally supposed to be a single slam dancer, but it wasn't, so I got to avoid the ice.
Ice is not nice. So eLmaGus just picking up his first Espers, which add a whole new dimension to routing this game, just because Espers, in addition to being summonable in once per battle to do something depending on the Esper, which is probably what most people use them for in casual play. You also learn magic, and your stats get changed when you level up, depending on what Esper you have equipped. And then all three of those mechanics play a pretty significant role in the rest of the run.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of dimensions in FF6 menuing. You got to pay attention to the Espers, and then equipment, and then relic. And you also got the magics. It's quite interesting dimensions of things to pay attention to.
So Locke got shockwaved right off the bat, so I won't be able to do the retort glitch properly, unfortunately.
This guy, not doing any of the cool strats.
Just the fat little luck.
Did you hear that, dude? Lynn is judging you, dude. He says you suck. What do you have to say to that, Fatlo?
Yeah, this is
I
fairly
agree.
similar. Yeah, the way this is supposed to work is kind of similar to the Rizapas quick kill, where you need Cyan to either start the battle dead or get killed and then revive during the course of the battle, and then you can glitch out his retort skills that he starts retorting all physical actions. Like you see, he's just absolutely going to town on Dataluma. Ideally, you would kill him with the retort too, because then, kind of like with Rizapas, that would cancel his extended death animation. Saves like 10 seconds.
Yeah, if the strat's done properly, you don't see the tonic potion. Like, he shouldn't even heal himself, he should just get destroyed.
But like with the kind of the conventional Dataluma strats, there is RNG to it too, as far as like when Dataluma takes his first turn. I know if he just goes super early, that can potentially throw it off completely.
Yeah, you want Dataluma to be doing his turn as you're filling Cyan's retort. So you want to attack Cyan with Locke immediately. If Dataluma goes before Locke can attack Cyan, you're probably not going to be able to do it properly. But then, yeah, after that, it's just retort, win.
Yeah, because I think Dataluma has about 3,200 HP and some change. So when Cyan is hitting him for over 900 a pop, that takes him down pretty fast. Yeah, I see some talk about slots already. We'll definitely be getting into that in about half an hour, I think, on eLmaGus.
Oh my god.
So we should be having Bit come up on Dataluma soon. It's just a little bit ahead of Lynn right now.
For Magus' part, we're at the opera. It's gonna be free music and cutscenes here. There's definitely some action later on.
I didn't get the clip either. Rip.
Reset.
Agree.
Something minor in the place where you pick up your espers. It's 2 steps faster to get the running shoes on the way out. Actually, it's 3 steps faster. Sorry, because on the way, then you go collect the running shoes and run back, and you can talk to Celis a little sooner. Nothing. It's like a third of a second or whatever 3 steps saves, but it's something.
Yeah, I think you mentioned there were like there's some tweaks here and there where you can save some steps. They do add up. But yeah, there's some cool little tricks you can do to save some steps.
Yeah, there's one you can do in the Opera House where they're coming up on after this, where 3 for 3 on Dataluma healing. Hopefully Lynn can deliver the goods. But because there's certain staircases actually where if you bonk into the corner before climbing up or down, that actually cancels out the game slowing down your walk animation. So when you're coming down off the balcony at the Opera House, if you bonk into the corner before going down, that probably saves frames. I don't know if it's even a full second. Lynn going for the retort strats. So he's beating up Cyan and then reviving him in order to, as part of the retort glitch setup. Don't know if it was ever explained before too, but you can hold the targeting cursor with certain actions, like as in most characters' special commands, like steal for lock in order to do the ATB wait trick. So sometimes it's a bit more convenient to do that than to.
So I got the heals too, but it wasn't. What happened is he physical countered my steel miss, which causes the glitch to break. So I have to set it up again.
Oh, okay.
But I'm still gonna get no death animation.
Nice.
And it took 4 retorts to kill him, which is horrible damage rolls. Well, I guess no, it's not. No, that's fine. He healed him. I'm done.
So in the Opera House here, I read one of the best lines ever. Bick looks just like Maria. It's pretty great.
Hey, man.
I do have the hair for it.
Okay, so we got a successful death animation skip at least. Now just imagine that fight without those push-in animations, and kind of collapse all of that together, and you'll have the ideal Dataluma fight. A neat little mechanic with the opera too is that you don't actually have to even select the song lyric options. The game will just choose whichever the cursor is pointed at when the time runs out. So if you do nothing during the first or third choices, you'll still progress. Well, I'm quite happy that we still have a kind of a somewhat close race going on, but that also means that all 4 runners are in cutscenes right now. We don't really have a whole lot to talk about yet.
We're in slightly different cutscenes, so it's okay.
Like I said, dude, the massa is gonna go back to back to back to back, dude. I can't wait.
Yeah, the opera cutscenes are pretty long. You can actually step out for a little bit if you need to take a break.
That's the plan, Stan.
Yeah, singing songs or doing other silly stuff during the opera has kind of more become a staple of live events rather than normal runs now, so most people that run FF6 these days go AFK during part of the opera.
Does anyone feel any remorse for not picking up Kieran?
Yeah, we probably should have pointed that out too. Yeah, Kieran is normally the first Esper that teaches healing magic, but it's not actually useful in any speed run. Well, I guess Lynn might be busting out
I
some.
feel no remorse.
Yeah, some special
Nice.
strats there. Yeah, but Kieran isn't actually useful because you're not going to get enough AP in order to learn any of the spells before you get access to better Espers. And having the blank, because Kieran normally goes in the at the top of the right column in the Espers list, and having that slot be empty is actually helps optimize a couple menus. Because if you want to just completely unequip an Esper from a character, all you have to do is just press right once to get to that empty slot instead of having to scroll all the way down to the bottom of the list. I see our octopus friend is moving up in the world here on Team NightBat. Alright, so we're about to resume actually having gameplay for a little bit on eLmaGus' side. For the opera sequence, I mean, all you have to do is just get through the rafters and get to Ultros and fight him, but there's 5 rats in the rafters that have random movement patterns. They're also worth 3 AP, which is what I like to call magic points. And we do need to start learning some spells to use for upcoming sections of the run. So generally we want to fight at least 3 sets of rats to get enough AP, but a lot of times you're going to be getting 4 just because of their movement patterns. So that's okay, because I mean, if you get through with only 3, you're going to have to fight something in the Magitech factory to make up the difference, but that's usually going to end up being a bit faster. There isn't any real difference between 3 or 5 rat packs as far as rewards, so we want to get the 3 because we can kill them faster. This is also why we fought a battle with pterodons way back before the scenarios to level up Edgar, just because that boosts his flash damage a bit for these fights and gives him a sporting chance to one-shot the I forget which is which, but the gray rats.
Yeah, getting a pincer up here is pretty bad.
Yeah, if you get a 5 rat pincer, I mean, I don't know if I've ever actually seen anybody do it outside the Japanese FF6 community, but one safety option you could do is just summon Stray in order to confuse them. But yeah, getting a 5 rat pincer is quite dangerous.
It's very dangerous, yeah. Ooh. Thankfully
That's
they're not
interesting.
5, but 3.
I didn't know about that stray strat. That's interesting. Good to know.
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't know if I've ever actually had to in a run, but I always plan on doing it if I get 5 rat pincer.
It's a cool backup strat.
Nice video game.
I guess I see being extremely low on smoke bombs too.
Being low on smoke bombs is alright. You can buy some after the opera.
Worth pointing out too that if you do die to the rats, that isn't game over. That counts as failing the opera, so you just get kicked out. And I don't think you actually even have to go through the opera in order to get back into the full opera in order to get back into the rafters sequence. I think you can it just sends you directly there. That was something I learned at the first relay when Essentia died to the rats.
How much time do you lose if you decide to do that?
If you die to the rats?
Yeah, if you decide to continue on from there.
Well, a couple minutes. I mean, because
Okay.
you get kicked out of the opera house, and I can't remember exactly how many cutscenes you have to go through to get back into the rafters, but yeah, it's enough that it's going to add up to be a couple minutes that you lose, and I'm sure it respawns all of the rats that you already fought too. Alright, so then the battle with Ultros 2, despite having really awesome and unique music, is one of the easiest bosses in the whole game. Because the Ultros 2 fight is it's a natural side attack, and Ultros is weak to fire and lightning, and Sabin, if he's on the left side of the field and hits him in the back with the fire knuckle, can take him out really fast. And you want to do that too, just because even though Ultros 2 actually has less HP than Ultros 1, it's kind of a weird fight in that there's technically 4 different Ultroses in the fight every time he moves around, which he does if he actually gets multiple turns. That's just that his HP kind of effectively resets then. But if you just go ham on him with attacks that he's weak against, then you can take him down and before he even gets to do anything, really.
Yeah, 2 physicals and 2 drills should be enough. If you wait trick the drill with Edgar, the first one, you can get a second one in very easily. So that should be enough. We used to use Ramu here, but you save a menu if you don't have to. Like, there's a couple of instances that you mentioned when you get 3 rats, you do have to equip Ramu for the factory that's coming up, because you do still have to get magic points, but you save a menu if you don't have to do that.
What do you do to make up the damage for not summoning Ramu?
You drill with Edgar instead.
Yeah,
Double
the
drill.
second drill, basically. Like, weight tricking the first drill, so he gets the before Ultros can do anything.
Oh man, dude, I was messing with Discord because I keep connecting and disconnecting, and I almost missed the second option, dude.
Sorry, I think I was disconnecting on my part. Hopefully everything's back up. That might have been me that you've been hearing.
Yeah, I keep getting disconnected.
Yeah, it's keeps doing that to me too.
Let's see how the Mises go for Fathlo. They were pretty trolly to Magus.
It could have been worse, but yeah, the crit on Sabin for 190 was very unnecessary.
Locke's being a good guy and stealing potions for me with the thief knife, helping me replenish.
It's
much
Nice.
That's the strat, dude.
Yeah, in a lot of cases, proccing with the thief knife wastes a couple seconds from the mug animation, but hey, every now and then he delivers. And then the sewer rats, the gray ones, have 299 HP, so yeah, it's always kind of rolling the dice, and if the flash will one-shot them or not, but because they a lot of times they'll survive with like less than 10 HP. Yeah, so as long as it's not a pincer, the 5 rat pack is like probably roughly 1 extra turn over a 3 rat pack. And you don't really get anything extra from it for it to actually be a good thing in any way.
Singing would be totally off sync anyway, so it'd be awful.
I was gonna cut in and do the high Draco note, but people were talking then, so I didn't.
You don't need to hear that.
Sorry, guys.
I'm rocking headphones right now. I don't need that, dude.
Like how when Vic talks in my Discord, Neerrm lights up.
I mean, we're a couple. We're basically the same person.
Yeah, they've been seen in the same place at the same time pretty few times, and none that couldn't be explained with puppetry. Alright, so Fathlo mopping the floor with Ultros too. I guess about to enter the Magitech factory. Magitech Factory has a lot of really good treasure in it too, some of which isn't too far out of the way to be acquiring. I don't know if any of them will actually do it, but you can, if you jump in that pipe, to get to the northwest corner of the first screen, you can get a flame saber. Generally you wouldn't do that in a no sketch run, but it's not a horrible idea to do in a race setting, just because it kind of hedges you against getting trolled by steel lock later on, along with an extra
Well, you can still
option.
get by. The thing is, you would have to sell a lot more things, which will ultimately lose you a lot of time. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely be picking it up because I don't have Siren routed in, so I'll need that in case of bad luck on the naughties.
Yeah, it's
Cold
not too
dust
far
off.
to be away.
Oh right.
Yeah, because this game has a I don't know if any other FF anyway. This game has a status effect called freeze, which it's kind of like stop. Only the only way to get it to go away instantly is hitting the frozen person with a fire attack, which the flame saber counts as, and also has a super fast animation. So it's really good to have in one particular section of this route that where that's a danger.
Yeah.
Alternatively, there's also a slots backup you can do if you get cold dust, but it's slower than if you have fire or a flame.
Yeah, because
saver,
I know cold dust does advance the slots RNG. Yeah, so Magus grabbing a safety save here because this fight here with Ifrit and Shiva just has a number of things that can go wrong, both in and outside your control. So anyway, the way this fight I don't even remember, to tell you the truth, how this fight normally works. I think you have to deplete either Ifrit or Shiva's HP in order to, and that causes it to end. But there's a trick they can do where by attacking Ifrit 5 times to get him to switch to Shiva, or casting 3 spells, which causes him to move closer and then nuke you with Fire 3. For a period while the sprites are changing up, the game doesn't kind of forgets that you're in a boss fight, and you can buffer L and R inputs in order to actually run away during that transition period. Sounds pretty good there. There was a little bit more tech going on behind the scenes too, as far as manipulating when Ifrit got his turns exactly, because they were trying to. They were basically weight tricking during his fire counterattacks as he did them in order to just to make sure you get all 5 hits in before Ifrit gets a second turn, because you might do Blaze then, which is pretty painful.
Yeah, it's pretty troublesome if he keeps counterattacking with fire. But yeah, he made it out nicely.
Yeah, if you fail that skip and aren't able to run away, which just sometimes can randomly happen. I don't know the exact mechanics. Ooh, nice stray summon there by Vic. It's not necessarily over, because you can actually you just need to hit Shiva 5 times, and if assuming Celis is still alive, you can Runic in order to absorb her ice spells in the process too. But if something like that happens, you're still gonna lose some time.
If at least one character runs away, you're good. Ooh, yeah, Big got that nasty 5 attack, or 5 rat pincer. Little troublesome.
Yeah, geez, and even doing the stray strat still.
Normally you wouldn't see an encounter that I just got if I was on proper step, but because my encounters got messed up, you're gonna get to see the Great Chicken Lip.
Yeah, that garbage shoot where Ifrit and Shiva are just, I mean, it's one little tiny screen that has a ton of unique enemy formations in it. Alright, so we got number 24 here, which despite being a robot is not immune to sleep, so that was part of the magic learning route, was to have Locke learn sleep mostly off of the opera rats, so that you can pretty much trivialize this fight. And you want to do that too, just because normally number 24 changes its elemental weakness periodically.
Yeah.
And he's, I believe, actually weak to Holy at the start, which is what Orable does. Okay, finally got the Rune Edge steal too. There's a couple fights where we're going to be trying to steal items from bosses. In some cases to use, and in other cases just to sell for money. And then in the case of the Rune Edge, it's because it sells for about, I think about 3,500 gold.
4,500.
Yeah, it's a lot more.
Pretty good kill.
And the rare steal from that guy is a Drainer, which sells for a whooping 1 gold, so yeah.
Yeah, because
that feels
unique
bad,
equipment that you can't buy anywhere in this game only sells for 1, because it's the game's way of discouraging you from selling it, which is unfortunate in a speedrun setting where you can't just get rid of stuff like that for extra cash.
Yeah.
So then once number 24 is defeated, we get a whopping 6 new espers, several of which are really, really useful. Most notably, I would say Phantom, Shoat, and Maduin.
Rip, man.
Yeah, and if any of them got through the opera with only 3 rat battles, they would need to actually fight something in the Magitech factory. Like, the preferred encounter is the 5 pipsqueaks, which die to a Ramu summon. Although you're only, it's not a terribly common encounter, so if you're not on the step route, you're not guaranteed to get it.
Since everybody was dead, I'll have to do it anyway, unfortunately.
True. But there's quite, but I mean, yeah, like I think the Garm and Commandos are a decent alternative too. I think you can kill them with Ramu plus Flash or multi-target Ice or something.
Looks like Battle's coming up with Ifrit and Shiva. Let's hope that he can get away safely.
But I'm probably back like 3 minutes or something after all that.
You and Lin are both in the same cutscene. I think he's a bit farther along.
Yeah, because I was probably about a minute ahead of him, and now I'm 2 minutes behind him, split-wise. So that's about right.
Even though Sabin healed him by attacking with the Fire Knuckle, it still counts as a hit. But there's a weird bug where it only counts if it's not the first hit. So if it's not terribly common that Sabin's ATB would fill up first, but if it does, you need to have somebody else attack. He's getting the slow transition too. No, we're just gonna
it was really bad. Usually that tends to happen if I got an encounter. Usually that tends to happen if he counters lock on the last hit, because that fire interrupts it.
Yeah, or maybe he's even getting counter canceled.
Yeah, possibly.
Nothing like a delicious dessert on a garbage chute floor here with the flans. And they pick up Shiva because you have to. You do not actually have to pick up Ifrit, so they skip him in this category to save 2 steps. Alright, Magus on the minecart. You have 5 fights with mag rotors before you get to the next boss, number 128. It's a little interesting here too in that you can manipulate the mag rotor formations by a number of factors. The biggest ones being who your party leader is and what status conditions you have. So having Sabin as the party leader with no status conditions gives you the highest possible number of red mag rotors, which are a little easier to kill and worth more money than the purple ones. So the main gimmick with number 128 is that it has 2 arms that are separate targets. And that's kind of an issue with when you're using blitzes as your main source of damage, is because you can't. Blitzes have random targeting with the ones that only target a single opponent. So what we wanted to do is get rid of those arms before starting to use blitzes, and there's a number of different strats for that. I'm assuming probably all 4 of them are going to use the lock, show, summon strat, just because the arms are not immune to petrify, so you've got a fairly high chance to petrify both of them if you summon Shoat.
Right.
So let's see what Magus gets. And he got them both. Once both arms are down, then number 128 will haste itself on its next turn. So, and if it gets another turn after that, it has a pretty nasty attack it can use called Atomic Ray. So, if that happens, then you have Locke slow him in order to make sure that he's going to be dead before he has a chance to use Atomic Ray. The body doesn't really have that much HP, so if you wail on him with Orbolt and Drill, he should die fairly fast. The only thing you really kind of have to worry about is one of the arms respawning at a bad point, which they do based on a timer cycle, and then eating a Orbolt. I mean, if you queue the Orbolt and then the arm respawns, the target will already be set to be the body, but yeah, if you queue it while the arm is respawning, it'll still be a possible target. Alright, it's a pretty clean fight by Magus.
That was pretty good by Vegas, or Magus. Most of the time you're not... Well, it still has a good chance of taking both the arms, but sometimes you're not going to get both arms off, so you're going to focus on... so, for example, if the back arm lives, you're going to have Edgar control the back arm. The front one lives... you're gonna use Flash depending what Saban does with Orin Bolt, so it's not the end of the world if both arms live.
Yeah, the sad face situation though is if Show does nothing and both of the arms survive. Which fortunately is pretty rare, but I've definitely seen it happen.
Yeah.
Alright, so Magus coming up on the Cranes, which is the first, it's the first chance you actually get to use Setzer in battle. And it's our first chance to use a really broken ability that he has called Joker Doom, which is it's an attack that just lets you win the battle immediately by just inflicting instant death on all enemies, and it ignores instant death immunity, which most bosses have. But because the way Setzer's slots work is that there is a RNG value that we call slots RNG that defines which slots combinations are possible, and by causing certain battle animations to appear, you can manipulate that. And then the easiest way to make Joker Doom possible is to use an echo screen. And so once you've done that, you can pause buffer to get the first 7, and then just use timing for the other 2 because you only need to get within 4 reels. But yeah, then rip Cranes. It's very much not intended for you to be able to use Joker Doom at will. If the slots RNG is not set correctly, you can't get all 3 7s. If you even if you pause buffer all 3 of them, if you try to confirm the 3rd one, the game will force it to the next reel position. That was really clean slots, by the way, too. He didn't actually do a whole lot of pause buffering. I mean, fortunately, the timing for it is consistent. I mean, the slots reels all do start at the same points every time you do it. I mean, different runners have different timing as far as, I guess, when they select slots after using the echo screen. Like if they do it immediately, or like wait for the smoke cloud to start to appear, because that echo screen animation does have to finish before you can
Mhm.
you can start doing the slots.
Yeah, like you said earlier, the last 2 slots give you actually give you some leeway, so you don't have to be frame perfect. You just got to be near. You got to hit it near the 7. The only time you really got to pause buffer is the first 7. It's almost frame perfect right there. Then the game gives you leeway, and if you get the timing down, it's pretty easy to hit the 777.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, if you fail slots, either because of just selecting the wrong reels, or because Setzer gets killed before you do it, or something happens that changes the RNG, then that makes it a lot more complicated. I mean, this is a really well understood mechanic, so most people that run this have some kind of like table up on their PC or like an app running or something to plan out a recovery if slots gets messed up. I mean, on the cranes, it's not super common, but it's a very real danger that they gang up on Setzer and kill him before he can actually get Joker Doom off. And when you use a Phoenix down to revive him, that changes the slots RNG. So you'll need to do a different setup for it if that happens. So yeah, both Vic and Lynn on number 24 now. Probably worth pointing out that number 24 does have a confusion attack it can use in the first turn called Overflow, which is realistically the worst thing that can happen on this fight. Is somebody getting confused and you just losing both their turn and then a turn of somebody else to smack them and break the confusion.
You could see how much of a powerhouse Sabin is with his aura bolts. Like, you stack 2 earrings on him, because again his blitz are based off magic. You can see him do a lot of damage with aura bolts. Because he's asleep, you can start attacking with magic. Flash is also magic based.
Okay, and then Fathlo fighting number 128, and you got both Petrifies too. The number 128 fight can be made a bit safer too by summoning Phantom, which you would want to do during the 5th Mag Rotor fight, just so that it won't change, because the status effect of being vanished would change the monster formations after that if you did it sooner. And that makes it safer, and also can make it faster too, just because that red feast attack that he's kind of going ham on Fathlo with is a counter attack, and every time he does it he heals a little bit, so if he does it a lot, that might make it take an extra hit to kill him. But with the Shot strat, if you get pretty decent luck, you don't need Phantom either for safety or speed. Alright, pretty good number 128 fight by Fathlo. Let's see how his cranes go. Alright. Looked a little scary when Setzer got hit by the left crane, but the right one used fire. As long as he doesn't fail slots, he's good to go.
Yeah, I was a little worried when he hit them, so that's why I waited before throwing my echo screen. Because if he does die, then you have to use a backup, and for that it's Phoenix down, auto crossbow, and then you do the slots.
What? You didn't sell your auto crossbow, dude?
Vegas is just hitting some storyline triggers in order to gain access to the sealed gate cave, which is the next major dungeon.
Yeah, going back to the slots, if Setzer dies, the Phoenix down plus crossbow, that adds up to 16. If you want to get the reels to rig 777, you want the value to be 16. I think the next value is like 46. But by throwing an echo screen, you set that value to 16. And then, of course, if Setzer dies, there's that backup strat to get another 16.
Yeah, and I only saved before doing the minecart section, so I would have lost a lot of time if that went bad.
Yeah, because the last part of the vector escape after the minecart is an encounter zone, so even though the save point is fairly close, if you do it, you're probably going to get an extra encounter.
Yeah, that's why I opted to do it that way.
Alright, so the sealed gate cave is the largest room of that cave that we're going to be going through is infested with undead enemies. And like in FF5, you can use revival type items in order to one-shot undead. And the nice thing about it is that in FF6 it's actually 100% guaranteed, and you can do it with Revivifies, Phoenix Downs, or Elixirs, and I guess X Potions technically too. And Revivifies are the cheapest and easiest to get of all of those, so we're going to be doing some leveling with Terra here in order to make the remainder of the World of Balance a lot more possible to play fast.
Yeah, Terra has herself attached the Esper Mantuan. We said it was pretty useful. It's going to give her an extra magic point for every level up. So that's why it's going to make the next bosses pretty nice.
And doing this leveling here does also get you some money too from these fights, which you'll be needing just to buy elemental rods when you get to Kamasa. And it's also eventually going to affect other characters too because of party level averaging. And if anybody remembers way back to the beginning of the run with the Magitech battles, the runners were having Biggs and Wedge run away from most of the battles there, and that's because the experience from each fight gets pooled and then evenly distributed to characters that are alive and still present in the fight. So, but Locke doesn't really have a whole lot to contribute to the rest of the run other than running away a lot and a little bit of stealing. So we want Terra to get all the experience. Because if you didn't have Locke run away, it would take twice as many fights effectively for her to get to level 20, which is the goal in this route.
Unfortunately for Bick, both arms didn't die, so you're going to see him spend a few extra turns taking out the arms.
Yeah, but like Lynn had a pretty good fight from what I saw.
I didn't get the Tempest Steel. It's terrible.
No!
Me neither,
That's 1 out of
dude.
8, I think.
Me neither.
In there.
But you know, if I had killed the arms, maybe I wouldn't have even had the opportunity.
I've never gotten that, but I have gotten the Dragoon boot steal from a Wyvern. Alright, Crane's time for Lynn.
You mean choke time for Len?
Don't do it, dude.
You're gonna be fine,
only
man.
third, man.
Don't do the jinx.
Don't do it. Practice is supposed to pay off, dude.
And away we go.
In there.
Got one last runner to tangle with the Cranes, and get on to some delicious cutscenes.
Big about to show off his amazing slot skills.
Easy every time.
I've seen the photographic evidence of his real life slots manipulation skills too. Alright. Got a little nervous when I saw the right crane flashing to attack, because it would have... I think it could have killed Setzer because of hitting him in the back, but it did not do so.
With a crit, yeah, I think. So we're good. We good.
So Magus is going to be fighting these guys until Terra's level 20. Should be set up nicely by the end of once he reaches the end. He should be close to that or at that point.
Yeah, and if anyone's curious too why he's able to just perfectly control only Locke running away, not Terra, it's because your characters will only run away if their ATB bar is full and there isn't some other kind of animation going on. So the way you can guarantee that is by having Terra go last and use Revivify on the last enemy. So then, then she'll never run away, and as long as you're holding L and R during the Revivify animation, then Locke will before the battle ends.
Mm-hmm.
This is another place where you could make it a bit safer by summoning Phantom, but in most cases that's not necessary. If you get pretty bad luck as far as enemies outspeeding you and getting attacks off, you can just have Terra cure. And the Tempest Sword that Fathlo just picked up is just for selling. It's a weapon for Cyan, who we're not actually going to be using ever again. And we got the Kefka fight, air quotes here.
This is why I healed.
Yeah, dude. Exactly.
Yeah, well, I think Locke does get a full heal when this fight starts, but still waiting for the day that somebody actually dies to this Kefka fight. for whatever reason.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
So
Look
this
at
is this is a fight that's kind of like Ifrit and Shiva you can run away from, even though you're not kind of really supposed to. It's programmed interestingly in that the way the game stops you from running, or so it thinks, is by disabling the L and R buttons. But you can still run away using smoke bombs, and it isn't even really that faster, because normally you just hit Kefka with any physical attack and then it ends. But using the smoke bomb, because of skipping text, is a few seconds faster. Along with making the game goofier too, which is always a valid objective.
It's pretty hilarious.
Once we're done with the cutscenes here too, I mean, there is a shortcut opened up after the cutscenes here to quickly get back to the start of the cave, but instead we're going to be putting one of those warp stones that we bought in the airship earlier to use to leave immediately.
Back attacks can be pretty dangerous with those guys if your party has low HP. The Ings.
Yeah, I mean, having running shoes still gives you a chance to outspeed them, but it's not a very good one if it's a back attack.
You can always hope their AI decides to do nothing, which is has happened before, but, yeah.
Yeah, that is one very, very nice thing about this game, is that there's very little about it, especially when it comes to just kind of programming specifics that's not fully known and documented. Like, every enemy in the game has complete dumps of their AI scripts available in various places. And just having a knowledge of that comes in handy in a lot of situations, just because enemies tend to be restricted on what move sets they have to pull from each specific turn of the fight.
Yeah.
I hope everyone is watching to learn the secret technique for riding the airship. I said yes. So now we all know.
Took some notes.
For the people. I guess with the poison strats there.
Nice.
So once the airship crashes and hopefully Fathlow doesn't soft lock, the next order of business is to head back to Vector and before leaving too, we want to top off smoke bombs for ideally the remainder of the game, because in this category that's probably your last chance to buy smoke bombs without it being that far out of your way. But then hop on the Chocobo and head back to Vector for the banquet.
So I was off step, like my encounters are all messed up, so I got a lot of those double Zombone encounters. But I'm pretty sure because of all that, this would have been a gold split, because it went really, really quickly with only double Zombone encounters.
Yeah, because I believe those are the ones that are worth more experience and less money. The triple Ings are the other way around.
Yeah, and fighting those encounters is faster than fighting 3 Ings.
Yeah, just because there's only 2 of them that you have to go through revivify animations for.
Yeah.
So little minor frame saver when you enter the Imperial Castle. When you enter, if you just immediately leave and then go back in, that will despawn the red guard and save like I
Oh,
think like a
shoot.
third of a second.
Yo, dude, I totally went to the wrong place. We don't go there yet, dude.
Scenic route.
Yeah, and we got the view.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the islands on the mini map for Thamasa and the Sealed Gate Cave look kind of similar. So if you're just completely spaced out, stuff can happen.
Whoopsie.
So once you've talked to Emperor Gestal, you've got a 4-minute in-game timer that needs to run down before the banquet starts. And in this category, we're going to be using that time in order to talk to at least 23 soldiers as part of manipulating the rewards from the banquet, because the grand prize you can get is a charm bangle, which is a accessory that reduces the random encounter rate by about 40%, which is quite useful for the rest of the run.
Very, very useful.
Gonna be looting some of the chests here too to get more accessories that further increase your control over the encounter rate. Like there's a Gale hairpin that increases the preemptive rate from 1 out of 8 to 1 out of 4, and then a back guard that prevents back and pincer attacks. So those plus the charm bangle reduces the time that random encounters cost you. There's a couple soldiers that fight you, and you do have to do that in order to for them to count towards the banquet. And because of that, we're also going to try to steal from a couple of them too, just because of having to do those fights. Not so much from the Magitech guy, but the commando enemies. You can steal either tents or mithril vests from, which are both worth decent money.
Yeah, those go for pretty good GP. Yeah, fighting the soldiers actually worth a lot of points, so that's why you can see them fight some soldiers here in the 30-23 route.
I made a mistake and I didn't realize I didn't actually hit level 20, so I had to fight one more encounter after leaving. But that put Terra's experience just in the range that she'll hit level 20 through the banquet.
Yeah, because the fights here and a group of special forces you fight during the banquet are worth experience. So depending on where Terra's at the end of the Sealed Gate Cave, which is, I mean, only really going to be an issue if you're not in the step route, you can potentially just keep going and then top her off from these fights. Or you can just be safe and fight an extra battle in the cave too.
See him stealing a tent there. It's gonna get some nice GP right there.
Yeah, pretty much the only Final Fantasy speedrun I'm aware of where tents are actually useful is 7, just because there's no like extended animation showing your party actually sleeping in the tent like there are in 4, 5, and 6. So in this game, yeah, the tents just get sold for extra cash.
Hello?
And
Missed clip?
healing. Oh yeah. That's definitely useful. I guess I was more just thinking useful for healing, but yes, that is very true.
I mean,
Yeah,
you don't
most-
need to miss.
Most healing you do in this run is by casting the Cure spell with either Celis or Terra, or using potions. So then once you've talked to enough soldiers to meet your quota, basically, then you can spend whatever remaining time that you have doing menuing. Like you'll just change some equipment around and characters, and then just sort items until the timer runs out.
It's very nice to sort some items because the next down you're gonna shopping's pretty big, pretty decent.
So then how you answer the questions during the banquet all affects your score too. There's basically a correct answer for every question, which is pretty random, really. I mean, like for most of them, picking kind of the neutral sounding answer is the correct one, but others it's just pretty random, basically. When you get to ask questions, you do get points for asking all 3 questions, but you only need to ask the first 2 in order to get enough points. And then you do have to fight the special forces too.
Here, you just don't want to recklessly mash A. And I've seen so many runs just die because of the wrong
Yeah.
wrong choice.
Die because of To the Empire.
Yeah, it does not feel good.
The special forces don't really have that much HP, but the fastest possible way to kill them is with Joker Doom. But fortunately, if you fail slots, then you can just spam flash and I guess summons that you have equipped to in order to win probably faster than recovering to do Joker Doom again would be.
Yeah, I think Flash will do the job and Bio, I think.
Yeah, Locke has bio from Shout. I'm losing time because I can't walk straight with this drunk poison walking.
Well, if you think that's bad, you should try having that on the PlayStation version, where the blur speed gets doubled because of the double dashing.
That sounds brutal.
It's pretty special. Bathlow, I see using a different party for the banquet. He still has Terra and Locke. Is that part of Sabinless strats then, or is something different?
Yeah, it is. He doesn't need AP on anybody else.
Yeah, it is.
It's just faster.
Because, yeah, you don't need any of the AP or MP gains from here.
The strats, man.
Yeah, you don't in glitchless either, so you just Keep Terra and Lock going through the banquet.
And he gets to do something special at the end of this section too.
Yeah, as puwexil mentioned earlier, the back guard combination with the Gale Hairpin and the Charmagle, it's going to be very nice for random encounters, so don't be surprised if you see a lot of preemptives.
Reason I phantomed, by the way, too, is that program 65 attack gives you the silent status, and if it hits Terra, that wastes time. Alright, now Magus is coming up to, unfortunately, the slowest paced part of the run, Tomasa. Means plenty of time for us to do commentary on the other runners as they finish up the banquet and stuff.
So right here I'm setting up the Genji glove glitch.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, there's a glitch. I don't know how long it's been known about, but it's only been used in speedrun routes for less than a year, I would say. Because ordinarily, when you equip a Genji glove, you can equip 2 weapons, and if you change to a different accessory, the game forces you to optimize your equipment and not have 2 weapons anymore. But in this particular instance, if you change out your character's relics, but then just leave it like that without actually exiting the relics menu, then the game will, because of the banquet starting, the game just forgets to re-optimize the equipment and never really cares again unless you intentionally change it. So I believe Fathlo is doing that in order to have 2 elemental sabers equipped at the same time for extra magic power.
What a cheater.
Yeah, Toru, the Japanese runner, has got the Japanese any percent record right now. He uses it in a pretty creative way in his route to actually equip Locke with 2 speed boosting weapons, the Thief Knife and the Assassin Dagger, in order to make him even faster for Thamasa and beyond.
That's awesome.
But yeah, you'll pretty much always hear FF6 runners grumble about Thamasa. I mean, it's probably a good 25 minutes or so of the run where there's just a lot of cutscenes and a lot of walking around, and not really just a whole lot of stuff that's just fun to do fast. I mean, it does get broken up a couple times by like the burning house and fighting Ultros again, but then we get the longest block of cutscenes in the game before heading for the floating continent.
Oh yeah,
and getting to resume the speedrun.
Yeah, I was answering a bunch of questions there, but incidentally, with the Genji glove glitch, you can't actually even equip another weapon once you have that glitch activated. The game won't let me change her weapons out unless I remove them or optimize her. I don't know why, it does.
Well, the equipment glitch in the Japanese version does some weird things to how equipping works too, if especially during battle, if you're equipping auto crossbows or other weird stuff. I think my favorite actually is what happens if you have more than 2 relics equipped. Because if you use that glitch to equip extra relics, once you actually have 2 equipped, the list of relics in the relic menu all gets grayed out, but you can still actually select them. And so Fathlo getting his prizes there. The only one that's actually useful in this category is the Charm Bangle. Which, like we said earlier, reduces the encounter rate. Oh, and then for whatever reason, you can only actually use the ones inside this cafe here, so it's not, I mean, it's not even that big of a time saver, but just because we have the cash to buy some extra warp stones, we delays the equipping for a journey to Thamasa there, and then use a warp stone to get the rest of the way out of Vector.
Just like Magus did, Val's gonna do some selling here. He's looking for a specific amount of gil to buy the white dress and the elemental rods in Thamsa.
Oh, you get the dress here instead of in Jador now?
Oh, that's at least what I do. I don't know if everyone else buys the white dress here.
Yeah, we do. Except
Okay.
Fathlo used to not. I think we might now because it's just faster.
Because I guess there's certain strats for Vector that having the white dress at that point is useful.
Yeah, I still pick it up in Jador. LCC said it's faster though to get it here. I think the white dress was based around Celis using Shiva on number 24.
Okay.
Yeah, and now that's not done. So, at least with the route I'm using, because I need to put
Yeah,
points
I mean,
into
I
Stray.
think I saw pretty much everyone else use Shiva and number 24 for doing the 6-character World of Ruin route.
Okay.
So yeah, Thamasa is your first opportunity. Actually, it's the only place in the world that sells elemental rods. So all of the extra loot we've been acquiring for just to sell for money gets sold at this point in order to buy enough rods in order to make it through the remaining bosses that you have to fight until you get reunited with Setzer and can use Joker Doom, then also for the beginning of the World of Ruin where you also don't have Setzer.
Yeah, that's gonna be the main offense using those rods.
Yeah, reminder that rods ignore magic defense and also do the highest possible amount of damage. So they are based on the character that uses its level and magic stat. So having in this case Terra use them is quite a bit stronger than having Locke use them. Especially because Terra can morph now, which doubles her magic attack and defense. But anyway, I mean, there's probably quite a few people watching that don't actually understand how morph works because it's never really explained in the game. The rate that Terra is able to morph is based on AP that you get from winning battles that she's a part of. So that's worked into the route a bit in order for her to actually be able to use morph on a couple of bosses in this part of the game.
Yeah, we want to make sure that we don't want to use up all the morph for a boss, so we gotta make sure we save some for the next bosses. For the next boss, rather.
Alright, I think here we probably need chat to help us count the number of fights that the Forerunners get in the Burning House. Seems
No,
they're
no,
not
don't pay
doing,
attention.
Like, special incentives or anything this relay. Because I believe Fathlo still holds the record for fewest number of balloon battles at 2, I think.
Yeah, let's watch
I
Fathlo.
got 3 last night. That was the best I've done.
Okay.
I had a really crazy firehouse in the run yesterday. Then immediately followed by a bunch of garbage.
Yo, nice. Just messed up the banquet.
Rip.
Oh, really? For real?
I got into sketch mode, I guess. I went okay instead of asking the second question.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's really bad.
Yeah,
That's bad,
really
yeah.
bad. It is.
I mean that would kill the run in a PB attempt. I mean, in a sitting like this, I mean you can still finish, but it's just going to be really bad, especially on the floating continent to
Go
not
to
have
the,
that
We'll just have to
One
buy
counter
more
rate.
stuff.
go to
I
the
guess.
little guard encampment or whatever and get all the chests there for money to buy smoke bombs and
Yeah.
rods and shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Yeah, it's something that's done in glitchless because you need a lot more rods to kill bosses when you're not allowed to use Joker Doom or Vanish Doom. But yeah, I guess in no sketch it can also be a backup strat in this particular situation if you just find yourself needing more money. Because there's a lot of chests that have money in that base, and just a lot of items that you can sell for money there too.
Very, very nice stuff in there. Yeah, I didn't realize that until I saw the glitchless runs. It's like, wow, there's a lot of good stuff in there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the mechanics for these flame battles are the same as the guards in Nourish at the beginning, where you'll trigger the fight if you're next to them. But unlike that, where the guards follow fixed movement patterns, here they're random. So, I mean, you can kind of try to juke them out like Magus was doing there, but it's just, I mean, it always feels like you can try to dodge them, but then they'll usually just swing back and hit you. So
Yeah.
most runners just kind of blaze through and just hope to get lucky. There's a little bit of tech too, where you can, if you actually open the menu, you can potentially buffer inputs and not trigger fights while the screen is still fading in. But I mean, at the end of the day, this is still just a place filled with nasty RNG, and if the house is gonna troll you, it's gonna troll you.
Yeah, the problem with what Big done, he can't get the charm bangle anymore, so he's going to be getting more encounters than he would if he had it.
Yeah, it's not a super horrible thing, except for probably the tower, but
Yeah, the
That's
tower,
alright.
the continent. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you're not doing
less
sab and
worried about the
less,
continent, yeah.
it's a bit less of a problem in the tower too, because you're better equipped to deal with behemoths.
Mhm.
I was a little bit of money short. I have to come back in and buy one ice rod, unfortunately. I think it's because I had to go buy the extra potions and stuff.
Alright, so make one attempt at stealing a flame saber from Flame Eater for, well, mostly for money, but also potentially to use in the floating continent, but then use Morph to doubles Terra's magic power, and then one-shot it with an ice rod, because it's unsurprisingly weak to ice. Not weak to water, though. The balloons are weak to water, but not Flame Eater.
when would you get a chance to go to the base before the continent?
Like as soon as
Yes.
the banquet's over. Like you can walk there right now.
You could walk there right now, and I mean I've done quite a bit of testing with that because of doing glitchless, and then again my testing involves having the charm bangle too, so I guess in your case I would wait until you get the airship back and then
If you
go
do
there.
it now, though, you can buy rod when you get to Thamasa with the money. You might need
Yeah,
them on the floating continent.
if you do it now, you'll be able to you'll have the money already. You can do all your rod shopping and not have to worry about remembering to go back. But I mean, I timed it out that as long as you get like 4 or fewer encounters and none of them are really slow to get out of, it'll be slightly faster than going back afterwards if you want that treasure. Yeah, if you just want to walk there, it's just east of Albrook. Alright, time to see if Athlo can keep his streak going from the last relay. Being the luckiest man alive for the burning house. So the first 2 rooms of the burning house are the most difficult to get through with through encounters, just because you've got a lot less space to run around them. And they can kind of camp up by the 1 tile wide hallway leading to the door too, and make it pretty much impossible to avoid. Nice, nice dodge there. Worth the wait, apparently. Ooh, kind of close call there on the way to the fire rod. Ooh, he's getting cornered here.
Yeah, it was pretty terrible. Almost nothing I could do about it. Tried.
Yep, I mean, this this house is RNG hell. I mean, it's not that significant. I mean, each fight is only a couple seconds, but I mean, it's still time lost outside your control.
Megas here about to fight Ultros. Fight. You'd end up using like 4 Thunder Rods. Have Locke try to steal a white cape in the middle. He gave some gear to Terra and Strago to boost their magic. So Thunder Rods are going to do the job here.
Yeah, Ultros 3 is a pretty dangerous fight, even in casual play, just because he's got 22,000 HP, which is huge at this point in the game, and you're pretty restricted in which characters you can have at this point. The goal for the speed run is to kill Ultros before he goes through a buffing cycle that he'll do after getting below a certain HP bar, and that's where Realm comes in too. This is meant to be a tutorial on using Realm's sketch ability, because if you sketch Ultros, that ends the fight immediately. But but just killing him by running out his HP is a bit faster.
Fortunately, this is a no sketch run.
Yep. Yeah, if anyone's wondering, using sketch on Ultros 3 is allowed. It's no sketch glitch. I mean, using sketch on Ultros 3 isn't actually a glitch, but
That's not what my splits
it's
say.
it's also slower than just killing Ultros, so they're gonna try to not have to do that.
Unfortunately, he didn't get the white cape steal, so he's gonna have to buy it later.
Yeah,
Pick
it's
an item or two.
kind of painful just because white capes cost 5,000.
Yeah.
And you also have to remember that you didn't get that steal too when the time comes.
Alright, time for the best part of the run.
Yep.
1250 cutscenes.
Cutscenes.
Resident sleeper.
Alright, time for Lynn to tangle with the flames.
It'll be terrible, I promise.
Looking like a decent first room. We'll see if he's able to get away without getting sniped. Yep, alright. Dodging any flames at all in the first two rooms I consider to be pretty good luck.
That was nice.
Ooh, nice. He's getting preemptives on every fight he actually gets too. Yeah, kind of a bad pattern in the third room.
Almost.
Just because the third and fourth rooms are just larger enough that sneaking around the flames is without wasting too much time and risking getting tagged anyway isn't too unrealistic.
That didn't seem too shabby. Not too shabby. And then
Another interesting little tidbit too is that you don't actually get the experience and money value of the balloons that the Flame Eater summons unless you actually kill them. So they're not technically dying if you just ignore them and kill Flame Eater, even though they're just getting despawned basically.
a nice white cape steal.
I forgot to look, as I always do, if I got a flame saber or not. I'll just assume I didn't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you have the sneak ring equipped on lock, the odds to steal from Flame Eater are decently high, but it's by no means a guarantee.
So at the moment, Leo's fighting Kefka here. Bannon was in the front row. Leo is also going to be in the front row. So if you decide to end up doing it in the front row, you just attack. If he ends up in the back row, you just spam flash and just take down Kefka pretty easily.
Yeah, the reason that works out is because there's a finite number of character slots in the game's memory, and Bannon and Leo both share a slot, and then there's just certain properties that transfer over between them, one of which being the row that Bannon was in when he left.
Mm-hmm.
So since you needed to menu anyway to change some equipment around at the start of Terra's scenario, just moving Bannon into the front row saves you having to do that, having to front row Leo here or use Shock, which despite being really cool and fun is a little bit slower.
So I just realized Terra's missing one level where she was supposed to have Maduin on. So her magic points are a little short. It's because I topped her off in the banquet, but I didn't switch to Maduin.
That might
So that
be...
didn't affect the Ultros quick kill, but I really need. It's a good thing that I have that Genji glove glitch going. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble.
Yeah, probably still okay for Air Force though, right?
Yeah, naughties I might fall a little short though, but that can just be finished off with a drill, or just attacking from Celis. We'll see when I get there.
Alright. Lowest number of fights so far, I believe, is 5, so let's see if our man Vic can exceed that.
It's not going so hot. But we'll see.
It may be going too hot.
Oh yeah, I guess that's actually more accurate. I think I have to get no more bombs to compete here. Either that or I can't count. Which is also... no, never mind. Doesn't matter. Placement hasn't been so great, to be honest, but it is what it is. Did I? What? I must have missed a window somewhere. Interesting.
Another mechanical thing too is that by default when you ooh, we didn't kill it. Terra might not have Magus had or something.
That's. I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, by default, if you select a rod, it'll multi-target all enemies, and if you multi-target a spell, it reduces the power by 50%. But if you can override that and do a single target anyway, though.
You know, at first I felt bad about my 7, but now we're looking at the other numbers, I'm alright with it.
Yeah.
Lynn should have got 7 too. That would have been pretty cool.
So are you gonna be short on ice rods for the tentacles then? Or?
Yeah, but I still have money left over, so. I'll
Well,
just
yeah, I
try
guess,
that
and
one.
because you got all that extra treasure, you can just buy another ice rod now too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
You should be good.
I got the steel. We're good.
Yeah, Flame Eater has 8400 HP, so yeah, because he's not actually weak to water, doing Aqua Rake isn't gonna kill him too fast, and he does have some kind of dangerous fire spells, so Luke definitely made the right call to just throw another Ice Rod.
I think make a friendly reminder to split if you haven't.
I split late, but oh well.
All right.
Probably about a minute late or so. I was all ready for it too, and then he didn't die.
If I don't get shock for the fans, I'm gonna hide your stream again.
I recommend doing what the man says.
New donation incentive chat.
I was definitely going to, but I didn't want to do all shocks because one time when I was playing with it, I'm pretty sure I had to do an extra turn. So instead I do 4 attacks and then shock. That works out.
Someone want to come over here and mash for me for the next 20 minutes? Thanks.
Whew, hang in there, Lynn.
Now make the demon chocobo mash for 10 minutes since it's been just getting to enjoy the show without participating for over 3 hours now. Since all of them are in Thamasa now, I'm gonna step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Lucky you.
Hey, I run this game too, so I fully plan to enjoy not having to mash here.
I don't know if there's a place to like walk away after the Thamasa cutscenes. There's definitely one after the Floating Continent, but yeah, it's quite a lot of cutscenes to mash through.
Unfortunately not. Yeah, you're just stuck there playing YouTube videos and stuff.
Oh yeah, Mega's starting the Air Force sequence. He's going to be getting in a sequence to like 6 battles, an additional 2 boss battles. The way he's handling these first set of enemies, he's going to be using Rama. If Rama doesn't kill off the enemies, going to be finishing him off with some physical attacks. This is why we level up Terra and give her a bunch of magic so that her Rama attack can hopefully finish them off, at least do some decent damage.
Hey, this guy's actually on Air Force. We actually won the Thamasa War. We have something to talk about.
These enemies can actually do quite a lot of damage with their attacks. For example, like that ice move that you saw. Thankfully, Terra has quite a bit of HP to survive in case something goes wrong. So it's pretty common to see Setzer or Sabin die here. Terra's going to be doing a lot of the magic work here.
Great luck so far.
Alright. Air Force time, I see. Yeah, main thing we don't want to see here is absolute 0 followed by tech laser, because that's pretty much always going to drop either anybody other than Terra, basically. This is also one of the this section specifically is one of the big reasons to do that leveling in the sealed gate cave too, with the Motto and Magicite. Just because that makes Terra strong enough to, with that and double earrings and stuff like elemental sabers, Magus hat and white dress. Her magic is strong enough to one-shot all of the enemies without you having to rely on like blitzes or Joker Doom or stuff that's really unreliable because of all the fights being pincers.
Yeah, the setup's pretty nice.
What a man Setzer is. What a beast.
I mean, the best possible outcome here is to take low enough damage from a fight that you can go on to the next one without having to open the menu to heal, but oh, Setzer. Most of the time you are gonna need some kind of healing.
Wow, that 1 HP glitch. Nice.
And then after all 5 IAF fights, we have the 4th and final battle with Ultros, which, despite being intended to be easier than Ultros 3, just because of him having weaker attacks and less HP, this is what really nasty fight in the speedrun, because you want to kill him with Joker Doom, but normal Joker Doom is actually 100% impossible for a number of fights, including this one, so this is going to be the first usage of a glitch called Reverse Joker Doom. Because ordinarily, if you have Setzer do 7-7 bar, it will kill your own party. But there's a targeting glitch that happens where after you've confirmed 7-7 bar, if you confuse Setzer and then unconfuse him before he actually gets his turn, he'll still do Joker Doom, but the targeting will get reversed to target the enemy instead of you. And that was really clean reverse Joker Doom by Magus.
Yeah, the first reel was really scary because that was really close.
Yeah, unlike with regular Joker Doom, by the way, the game doesn't help you at all with finding the second and third reels. So you do have to generally do some kind of pause buffering to hit all 3 of them. You also do need, there's a time limit too, because you need to finish doing it before the muddle animation finishes. Or else you fail because you lose control of Setzer. You also did Phantom for safety too, because if something has vanished, then magic attacks automatically hit. That's part of why the well-known Vanish Doom glitch works. But in this case, it makes it so that muddle is also guaranteed to hit. If you don't do that, there's a slight chance that it could miss, and then you die basically because you 7-7 bar your party.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world if you miss it, but there is that chance of happening once Vanish is gone. You could try again. It's not game over if you fail it, but if Muddle doesn't hit, it's...
We got ninjas right off the bat too. Yeah, ninjas are both a dangerous battle because they can throw ninja scrolls at you that if both of them do it, it's going to kill everybody except Terra, and Terra will be kind of in poor shape too. But it's also unrunnable, so you do have to fight. They are weak to lightning, so you can, and they've got I think roughly 2,000 HP each, so Thunder Rod will take care of them. They are worth a lot of AP too, 5, which is pretty big at this point. So I mean, they're bad overall just because they're slow and dangerous, but depending on how many you fight, that might reduce the amount of AP that you need to farm in the World of Ruin. So yeah, other than that, pretty much just trying to get to the end of the floating continent. It's not really that long of a dungeon if you know where you're going and where all the switches you need to hit are. There's a weird randomization that affects the enemy formations here too. So even if you were still on a step route, it wouldn't actually help you at all because you wouldn't be able to avoid getting ninjas. And that's only in effect on the floating continent for whatever reason. How big of a deal is having Setzer Edgar die in the... Well, or I guess it would be Sabin for everyone except Fathlo. How big of a deal is it in this route for people to die at Air Force fights?
For Sabin, it doesn't matter really, because you're gonna grind in the World of Ruin no matter what almost. For Fathlo, it may matter a little more.
No, it definitely matters for Faflo. I might just be busy, but
Yeah,
Or the
sorry.
one, not
It
sure.
doesn't matter that much for Setzer if he dies a couple in here, but Edgar, yeah, I need the points really badly. Luckily, I did kill an extra encounter back in the in the Magitech factory, because those encounters are easy to kill. So I just grabbed a couple extra points back there for safety. So I think I'm okay.
So, despite being basically the final boss of the World of Balance, Atmo Weapon is susceptible to regular Joker Doom. Ooh. Could get
Yeah,
a
you'd
little
think-
interesting here.
You'd think something massive like that would not be susceptible, but just bam, 777 he dies. Oh,
So yeah, he's gonna have to do some recovery here and hope that he doesn't get flared too, just because I believe the flare animation affects the slots RNG.
yeah, that's
RJD is probably the best backup if you fail it.
I guess Magus just wants to let people enjoy the music for a full loop.
for the fans. For the fans.
for the fans.
But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with Atmo Weapon's AI because of running glitchless, but his nastier attacks don't come out until you've done quite a bit more damage to him than you're capable of doing in a normal run, so I don't think he's really going to be able to kill you too easily, even if it takes a while to actually get Joker Doom off. I think, but yeah, it's because every Phoenix down changes the slots RNG to reverse Joker Doom might be what he has to go with. Because you can always do reverse Joker Doom. It's completely unaffected by the slots RNG. Ooh. That's nice. Yeah, slow it does in fact actually work on Atmo Weapon too, so uh-oh. Forgot that he has Blaze in phase 1. Keeps hitting that Bahamut.
He's just going with glitchless strats.
Oh, yeah, if anyone's wondering though, no, he's not completely incapable of killing Atmo Weapon by running down his HP. He's got 24,000 and
Oh my god, dude.
Nice, dude.
Check how I killed him. Check how I killed him. It's not even. I was on the right. Fucking. Sorry, but. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's amazing.
victory!
I was on the right RNG for
my
normal
gosh.
Joker, dude.
Wow.
You just fell on the right RNG?
Yeah.
Yep. He was trying to reverse and ended up just getting the third 7.
That's amazing, dude.
Well,
Because
think we know who the real
he'd
winner is.
completely lost track of it because of all the Phoenix Downs and flare animations going on that were all affecting
I
it.
would have hit the reverse there too, but I was like panicking because the reel kept going, and I was like, no, dude! And then it stopped at 7.
Dude, this is why Magus is a god, man.
how can we compete?
Yeah, just to finish my thought though, I mean, if you want it, I mean, fighting Atma weapon without Joker Doom would require a pretty different setup. You'd have to bring different characters here. You'd have had to do different leveling with Terra and have more rods with you. So the only backup if you fail slots is just to keep going until you get it, basically.
It's not easy because you don't have a lot of protection from Atma's attacks.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't do any. I mean his nastier attacks like Quake and Flare Star he doesn't actually do until he's lost like I think it's like half of his HP or so. So that's not going to happen. But he could still probably potentially have done an AOE Blaze, which would have been the worst thing he could do in his first phase.
I'm still amazed that after 2 flares, the Blaze, and I don't know what else.
A bunch of
like
Phoenix
100
Downs
models.
and potions. And
Yeah,
stuff.
I don't know. I was like panicking. Like the first miss was legit. Like I'm legit missed, and then I started panicking. And then the best part was another really lucky thing was I forgot about that I can slow Atma, and then Setzer did it because I failed the reverse Joker Doom. He did it out of the model, and that basically brought me back on track.
Ooh. Getting ninja'd.
I'm just making it interesting, I guess. Oh man.
Lynn having some issues with the reverse Joker Doom. If you fail reverse Joker Doom, I mean, that's generally going to result in Setzer attacking Ultros, which is a little unfortunate because if Ultros takes any damage, then when you do kill him, he'll still summon Chupon, and you have to fight him too.
I think that's going to cause 2 reverse Joker Dooms because I think Chupon is not immune to, or he's not subtle 777.
He could be, but he already did stuff in the fight before, so it would be hard to set up the normal Joker Doom.
Okay.
Yeah, you already used Sloth. I'm actually not sure if Phantom does anything, but Model, I think... Does Model do something? I don't know.
I don't think Phantom does. I use it in Dullahan sometimes.
Okay. Well, I know that the slots definitely do something, so... Like, they advance it by 1. Actually... How much does Reverse Joker do? Is it only 1 as well?
Well, just using I think it's any slots that doesn't have a different effect, like 7 Flush or H-Bomb is +1.
Alright.
In fact, yeah, because on the final battle it's all cumulative, and you can't use regular Joker Doom on the tiers, but you can on final Kefka. So I mean, if you're on top of your slots value all the way through the tiers, you could potentially use regular Joker Doom on Kefka.
Well, Maggot, you know you're calling.
I was still trying to catch my breath here.
Breathing.
I mean, the fight took like 5 minutes, so if I would have reset, I could have probably gotten back just as fast, but still.
If you saw Favlo's Atma fight, that's how it's supposed to go.
Yeah, so this is probably, just because of the route that Fathlo is using, this is probably going to result in Fathlo passing Magus in the World of Ruin, but the route he's going to be using is quite a bit more dangerous in Kefka's Tower, especially for the final battles, so even if he gets there sooner, he's got a much tougher fight ahead of him, with a lot more that can go wrong because of RNG. Alright, starting up the floating continent escape here. There's only one encounter you can get during the escape, and it's with Naughties. which are all unrunnable, and they've got 3000 HP and are weak to lightning, so Terra just should have just learned Bolt 2 either off of ninjas or off of Atma weapon. So doing that will usually, if it doesn't kill one of them outright, we'll get them low enough that a regular attack from Celis or someone else will finish them off. The worst thing that can happen though is that they have an attack called Cold Dust that gives the freeze status. And if they use that on Terra before she can cast Bolt 2, that's pretty bad, because you then have to... The fastest backup is going to be to use Joker Doom, but the Cold Dust animation affects the slot's RNG. So you'll need to account for that in your setup. And they're also worth 3 AP each, so these fights are fairly useful for topping off spells that you're working on learning for World of Ruin.
Wow, Lynn has some terrible ninja luck.
Yeah, I mean, if you just get hit with wave after wave of ninjas and run low on Thunder Rods, you need to start using Joker Doom, but that's real a scary prospect just because ninjas' attacks can change the RNG for Joker Doom.
Yeah.
Or kill Setzer before you can do it, too.
Be very nice to have at least 2 Thunder Rods before entering the Narapa fight. You get a quick kill on Narapa,
Right.
and you can use the other Thunder Rod for the final boss.
Right, because Neerrm, which is a mini-boss at the end of the escape, normally it casts Condemned on your whole party at the start, which wastes a bunch of time, but if you get really lucky with both it rolling a bad starting ATB and Terra, or I think Celis too, I'm not sure about this route exactly, but definitely Terra gets a good one, you can potentially outspeed it and use a Thunder Rod to skip all the Condemned animations. And Narapa has auto reflect, and that's another property of rods too, is that they ignore reflect. And no quick kill for Magus, although that was just bad RNG.
Okay, guys, this is your last chance to donate to Save Shadow.
Yeah. Oh, looks like we didn't hit the goal. Anyone is curious, currently the only runs of this game that save Shadow are 100%, which is all characters and espers. So it would be at this point that the routes would start to diverge. You would have to wait for Shadow, and you could use that wait time to grind naughties to learn extra magic. And Magus did have fairly decent Bolt 2 luck though, as far as not spending too much time in a naughty fight because of bad Bolt 2 damage or Terra getting frozen. Ooh, we got an accidental drain there. I'm assuming it's because Terra learned a new spell and that changed the locations in the menu. not something that actually matters terribly often, but it's definitely annoying when it does.
Vic doing his menuing for the Ultros fight. If that goes well for him.
So we have Ultros versus Ultros too with his naming.
Well played by Vic.
Yep, pretty clean fight. Alright, so Magus is doing the Sid fishing mini game here. The idea is that you have to either heal Sid or he has to die in order for the story to advance. And if you heal him, you get to skip a fairly lengthy cutscene where Celis takes the leap of faith. So it's much faster to do that. There is a bit of manipulation tech for the fish that I'm sure some of the runners are going to at least attempt, but it's extremely difficult because of how precise your movement whenever you're on the beach needs to be. And yeah, I guess beyond that too, there's 4 different kinds of fish. There's a really good kind, an okay good kind, an okay bad kind, and then a really bad kind. You can tell most of them by the speed that they move, but the 2 okay kinds of fish are the same speed, so you have to basically learn to recognize the spawn points for the
Who needs to
various fish
manipulate
patterns.
fish? Literally free?
God.
The Atma fight was definitely a minute for this. I only had like 2 bad cycles, the rest was perfect.
Yeah, because the setup for the manipulation involves resetting the game in order to kind of similar to the river manipulation way back closer to the beginning. You have to reset in order to reset an RNG value that controls it. And if you do that and then get the manipulation, it's kind of the equivalent of a 6-cycle Sid minigame, whereas if you just roll with it and get extremely lucky, you can do it in 4. I believe Lynn has gotten that in an actual run, too.
No, I checked, it was actually 5.
Ah. Still really, really good luck. So here, there's actually been quite a few differences between Fathlow's route and the other three guys, as far as, mostly just as far as the magic learning route, but just a few other things too, as far as like which characters they took to specific areas. But it's right here that the biggest divergence happens, just because the other three runners are going to be, after they get off the raft, are going to be getting Sabin, but Fathlow is actually going to be skipping him and then doing the rest of the World of Ruin with only 5 characters instead of 6. So that saves several minutes because of not going into Zen, but it does also make the end game quite a bit more dangerous.
He'll also basically never have to grind AP in the World of Ruin because he doesn't get Doom.
Hmm.
Yeah, looks like Fathlow's already off manipulation. I mean, it's hard stuff. I mean, the movement of both the fish and the bird that are on the beach all change the RNG that affects what the next cycle is going to be.
And you have to talk to Sid 7 times in a row from the left.
Yeah, I guess that's another bit of tech too. I mean, if you want to force a new pattern of fish without actually talking to Sid, you can actually talk to him while he's getting into bed, and that still counts, even though you don't get any text. And the manipulation route actually talks to him quite a few times during one of the cycles in order to just to bump up the RNG value by quite a bit.
Alpic having a couple straight hits
Wow! Wow!
Yeah, so the collapsing house here is, it can be a bit scary if you get back attack, just because Solo Celis isn't capable of I mean, you basically have to you basically have to have the sprint shoes and charm bangle just to cut encounters and be able to move fast. So that doesn't leave you with slots to do stuff like the back guard or running shoes. So if you get back attacked, there is a somewhat decent chance that Celis could die to the scorpions, especially. Ooh, Vic having some issues with that, my weapon too.
Wow.
So my fish were
Alright.
terrible.
Jeez.
What happened to Bic though? I was off headset, sorry, trying to focus on the fish manip that I screwed up.
I just failed Joker Doom and had to recover, but Sabin died, so he didn't get 10 AP for Doom.
Oh,
That
I
sucks.
mean, it's
That's-
better than dying, but other than
Yeah, so that's unfortunately going to have to translate into an extra grinding battle in the World of Ruin, but definitely better than various worse things that could have happened there. So after he picks up Sabin, gets the Chocobo and heads to Nikia in order to continue the story. Gonna be doing some power shopping here too. Sell off a bunch of stuff that's not needed anymore. Buy an enhancer, which is it's a weapon that is mostly going to be used for boosting magic power and also magic block. I don't know if we ever actually explained the magic evasion glitch, but
I don't think we
in
have.
this Yeah, in the Super Nintendo version of FF6, there's a pretty serious bug where the physical evasion stat doesn't actually work, and the magic evasion stat is used for all avoidable attacks. So it's because that can be used to make your characters really, really hard to hit if you boost their magic evasion. The highest, as long as it's the highest value is 128. That's 100% evasion, effectively. So getting as close to that as possible makes you pretty hard to hit. And then the Enhancer Sword gives you plus 20 to that. And see, then I believe they also get some white capes, which their main function is to give you immunity to Imp and Mute, but you also get 10 of magic evasion, so equipping 2 of those would give you another plus 20. And then they also want to be kind of mindful of their money total too, just because there's a boss coming up that that opens with an attack that's influenced by specifically the ones digit of your money. And if you're not keeping an eye on that, you can die to that fight before you even get a turn. Oh yeah, Bard's hats are also those give you extra MP, but in this case also 10 magic evasion.
That's how you fish.
I can't wait for mine, dude. The way my run's going. Granted, most of it's my fault, but still.
I got the first 2 manip cycles right, but then I lost it. I still got a 4 cycle though.
Nice, dude.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That's probably a pretty good time gain on others.
Yeah, as you see, Fathlo is just cruising straight along, dude. Nikia, he skipped getting 7. That is gonna be. I mean, it mostly makes the makes Kefka's tower more dangerous, but it is gonna make this next leg before you get Edgar dangerous too. Because when you still just have Solo Solace at level like what 14, I think she is. Getting pinned, you still don't have slots to equip the back guard or running shoes or anything else, and there's a couple nasty monster formations in the Figaro basement that can make you have a pretty bad time. Fortunately, I believe he's because of resetting for the fish manip, he also kind of resynced back with the step route. So if he's on the route that I think he is, he should actually get pretty few encounters before getting to Edgar.
Looks like Fatho's shopping went pretty smooth compared to Magus's. He had to do a few things to get that extra white cape, so Fatho was going to gain some ground here.
Yeah, I also had to make sure to stock up on Phoenix Downs. I don't want to run out of those.
Oh yeah, he wasted a lot of those on Atma Weapon.
Are you gonna buy those at Figaro then, or do you have money to buy them?
I
elsewhere?
already bought them.
Oh, okay.
Magus with the smart ideas. I decided to just turn around and go grab some more.
Nice, wasting time. Awesome.
I did waste a little time, but whatever. That's okay. As long as I don't die to tentacles, I'll pass you at the grind. Haha.
Or will you?
Yeah, that course of action does still require not dying to the tentacles. Talk a little bit more about those when they get closer.
Whoops.
no Boltu.
Mistakes were made.
Ramu strats.
Mistakes were made.
Well, I think they absorb ice, so casting ice.
They sure do.
Another mistake.
Yeah, also keep in mind that Vic is not running, he's running without the Charm Mingle. I don't know if that affects the naughty battle encounter rate.
I believe it. I mean, there's actually 2 forest naughty battles kind of near the in the first leg of the escape that are tied to specific tiles, but other than that, it just uses the normal encounter system. What, did you forget to equip Maruin at some point? Or
Sure did.
to say, I mean, if you, because it, in so, I guess I'm not too familiar with this particular route in that regard, but in other routes you can sometimes not have Boltu learn, like if you make it all the way through the floating continent with no ninjas, among other things, but in that case, summoning Ramu and then just attacking or something usually does it, and then you'll get Boltu after like one fight.
The big
I
pack
died
of
in the
strats.
very first fight. I got pincered,
Ooh.
so that wasn't a big time loss, maybe 30, 40 seconds. But I got to that fight again, and it was a preemptive.
RNG minute.
How bad is that for a step route? Because I'm assuming if you
Doesn't matter.
die and then
Yeah,
just
it doesn't
continue
matter.
without resetting, it doesn't affect it that much.
Yeah, we're good.
Anyway,
That's why I
so
saved right before walking in.
yeah, so the tentacles are a pretty brutal boss in casual play, just because their main shtick is giving you the slow status and then picking you up right after that. But you can kind of abuse, or I say you can kind of make this a bit easy, more survivable by equipping running shoes for auto haste, because being immune to slow means that they can't grab you. But because Edgar can't equip accessories before this fight, he just gets optimized with your weapons and armor. He's not capable of doing running shoes. So it's pretty much just chucking rods at them, and if Edgar gets turns before getting grabbed, you can drill the upper right one, which has the highest HP. A little bit of troll luck on Magus by Sabin getting killed by that bio, but he came through.
Yeah, you can already see the danger of Sabinless just walking, getting yourself to the tentacles is pretty rough.
Alright, Alpha is doing it on 7. The lower left tentacle isn't immune to gravity or instant death, so gravity rod plus fire rod will take it out, and then the other 3 are all weak to, well, I guess they're not weak to ice, but ice works on them, and the lower right one is weak to ice.
Oh, this could be bad.
You got this.
You got to believe.
Big leave. Oh.
He does have Bic.
Yeah.
That's true. For better or for worse.
Yeah,
Alright,
I did.
come on.
Oh well. That sucks.
No go.
Well, you're still saving time if you get everything else perfectly, so...
Yeah, and first try the final battle.
You know what's funny? I said, because I used a different strat. I actually brought the wall ringer.
It's
in
okay,
for
LCC's
safety.
got you covered already in chat.
And in all of my practice, I never died like that. And then it happened. And I just said that yesterday.
Wait to set yourself up, man.
Nice, Valo.
That always happens to you, by the way. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think the last time I ran this for Chicago-thon, I managed to die twice to the tentacles because of, that's never happened before, is stacking on top of one another. Alright, so Magus is about to head to is picking up Setzer, and then he's about to head to Daryl's tomb, which is basically the last required dungeon or place you need to go to before in order to unlock the rest of the World of Ruin via the airship.
At this rate, I might have Sid die, dude. What the hell? What is happening in my life today, dude? What is happening?
Yeah, this fish luck so far is no bueno.
Yeesh, getting the mad sickle too.
I'm just getting the worst luck in here. So bad.
Oh,
It's never been this
Oh.
bad. Never.
not again.
That's never
Oh,
happened
man.
before.
Probably could. I mean, yeah, if you'd have just been right there to use the smoke bomb, you probably could have gotten it off.
Yeah.
I thought you were dead after the fire too, though.
So did I. Okay.
Stuff like this, though, yeah, is why the record for this category is going to be pretty hard to beat, just because there's a lot of easy ways to die in this last hour of a roughly 5-hour run.
This is definitely race luck. The worst race luck you could ever have.
Okay, can I do this in under 20 rounds? Let's find out.
Dang.
We're on pace.
Push.
We're on pace.
World record.
Yeah,
Most
because
attempts.
yeah, the mechanics for this is that Sid actually has an HP value that goes up or down as you feed him fish, but it also goes down by 1 every second that you're playing this mini game. So if you're spending a bunch of time chasing fish around, that counts against you as progress towards curing Sid.
Woo! 14, baby. Let's do it.
Turn.
We're going for the high score, right? Kicked all your butts, dude.
We're doing gourmand percent or something. of the fish. Hey, we did it. He's using a different party formation than eLmaGus did. The only real significance that your party formation makes here is affecting multi-targeting. You can either split your party across both sides. Well, I guess that's probably more relevant for Sabinless when you only have 2 characters, but you can make certain characters harder to target, or you can... Sometimes you want to get multi-targeted because it reduces the power by 50%.
Yeah, you want them both on the same side in Sabinless because multi-target doesn't kill cells and single target does.
Gotcha. Alright, Fathlo made it past the 4-pack. Hopefully the tentacles cooperate better this time.
Let's hope so. Yeah, so we missed Dullahan with all of the excitement over tentacles and their horrible actions. Yeah, so Dullahan's just another Joker Doom boss, but the main thing about that fight is that it always opens with level $Pearl, and the question mark is the 1's digit of your money, so that's why you need to be kind of careful about how much money you have when you're doing your shopping in Nikia, because if you're actually targetable by level $Pearl, then you're dead.
You definitely do not want one.
Counts, so.
Shoutouts to this game's amazing translation to that enemy in the Japanese version is called a Night Stalker, but because of character limits, it's called a PM Stalker instead here.
Pretty dang clever, if you ask me.
If you're really short on money for whatever reason, there's a hyper wrist you can pick up that's not too far out of the way here, but you really don't want to unless you have to, just because you getting another encounter here is more risk of a back attack.
I did that to get like 6 Phoenix Sounds, which I needed.
I'm trying to take 0 chances on anything from here on out, too. my battle's uphill.
Yeah,
enough.
Given how your card is treating you tonight, I can't blame you.
I'm buying like 1 million of everything, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, so many encounters.
So yeah, I think I got it now. Just really bad fight.
Good job, man.
Oh well.
Alright, so then this is the aforementioned grinding segment here too, where eLmaGus is going to fight
That's
ideally
physical.
1, potentially 2 battles in this desert with ideally cactrots because you can kill them quickly with either suplex, pummel, or drill. But we're going to do suplex, of course, if we can. And
That was my game over for the run, by the way. I just had to force it, basically.
jeez, hope you saved right before that.
Ouch.
Yeah. So not too big of a loss, fortunately, but
Yeah, it's like a couple seconds.
yeah. Anyway, yeah, he needs for the 6 character route, you need to gain a few AP to top off some spells for the end game, and the fastest place to grind AP is this desert here. The Hoovers are worth 5, and the Cactrots are worth 10. You can get money really quickly here too, but you don't really need that anymore. Something that always kind of surprises me too about this game. I mean, as glitchy and broken as it is, there isn't really a easy way to get a ton of money quickly like there is in 4 and 5. I mean, you could use the sketch glitch to get stuff and then sell it, but that's a lot more involved than just getting a bunch of money for nothing. If you get a lot of Hoovers, though, I think that makes the next part of the run a little more interesting, because if you hit level 15 with your whole party, then that's very not good if you run into Doomgaze in the Airship. Because Doomgaze always starts with level 5 Doom, and if your whole party's level 15, then you're dead.
There goes the friendly cactot. Yeah, so what they're looking for is that Celis learning Vanish, Setzer having a good majority of Remedy learns, and Sabin also having a good majority of Float learns. Once you have those, you're good to go. I think that's also the last shopping in the game, or in the route. Tower Robe.
Yeah, Tower Robe, extra magic power, and I believe magic evasion too. Which
Yeah.
is why they get it for Go-Go to have evasion.
So I might have messed it up because I took extra steps in the house with Sal's, but I'm going to be doing something a little bit different. I'm going to be doing Narsh first. If my step route still works, I'll get a Cactrot after Narsh to grind on. I did a little bit of investigation into step routes on Sabin route.
Improv strats, nice.
If I get an extra encounter, I won't get it, but that's alright.
Yeah, as you saw, Meg has kind of demonstrated there, the Cactrots are both safer and faster, and you don't have to worry about level 15 too, because they don't actually give you any experience.
Yeah, having an extra warp stone is a nice way to get out of Darrow's tomb without having to walk back to activate the other switches. That's why you saw Fabo use one there. That's why they use them. Another one here is going to be used after recruiting Mog, because it'd be quite dreadful to walk all the way back.
Yeah. The reason they're getting Mog too is because Mog can. I mean, right behind him is a Moogle charm, and Mog's the only character that can equip it, and that prevents all random encounters.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be making it a little bit easier for Beck, although he does still have some sections of Kefka's tower that he won't have Mog for. So then Magus is heading to Triangle Island to get his he's doing the classic land and then take off and then switch to Mog and then land again. In order to get Gogo, which is going to be the 6th and final character used for the end game in the non-7-less route. Zone Eater has a 2/3 chance of return to use Engulf and a 1/3 to use Demi, so you basically just want to. I believe it always gets first strike too, so you ideally just want to get first turn Engulf and then head in. You do not want to mess with any of the encounters in this place too, because I know some of them are unrunnable and a lot of them are way above you as far as power, so. That's why we want Mog before coming in here.
I messed up my step route.
Wow, really good green guy luck for Magus. I approve of the safety save there too, just because if you, I don't know, if your controller malfunctions or you bonk really hard against a wall or something and the ceiling crushes you, it is a game over.
I honestly don't know if I saw anyone lose a run that way.
I think I saw somebody get crushed in like a marathon run or something like that, but no, I've never seen somebody like lose a PB face run to getting crushed.
We did it.
Nice.
Got the character, nice. So on his way to the tower, Magus stopping in at Albrecht here to get some extra Phoenix Downs and other items for marathon safety, basically.
Yeah, Gogo is going to be a very useful character for the tower. He has the ability to get all the other commands from the other party members, like Mimic, Slot, Magic. So that's going to be used for the final stretch here.
So, I mean, the mechanic for Kefka's Tower is that you have to form 3 parties, and all 3 of the parties have mini bosses to fight. Although we're going to be able to skip 2 of them with glitches, but both of those are along a path that still has another one that's not skippable. So the routing for the tower is all based around just kind of having the minimum possible amount of power and options in order to be able to beat the mini bosses.
Yeah, the final dungeon is quite lengthy, and there's quite a lot of menu imagining to do here.
And they're gonna be getting in the room that Magus is in right now. He's gonna be getting both a force shield and armor, which are the best equipment in the game for magic evasion. And because of that glitch, stacking those together with an enhancer and in either Bard's Hat or Mystery Veil, and on Celis, who has some natural magic evasion too, can make her effectively untouchable by most attacks. But because Bog can only be in one party, that means you do have encounters for the other 2. And there's a couple encounters in the tower that are unrunnable. The nastiest one is a one that involves a great behemoth, and because that needs to die before they can run away.
Yeah, if they do encounter one, the way to get rid of it is going to be using Vanish and Doom.
Anyway, so right here is the first mini boss, Inferno, but Magus is able to use a trick where he switches his parties and then buffers opening the menu, and then once the switch completes, and then he changes his party formation too. He's actually able to pass through the trigger tile for the Inferno fight without actually having to do it. Gonna be using that same trick later on to skip Poltergeist too, which is meant to be the 3rd mini boss for this this tower path. Okay, Fathlo is at the Zone Eater now, but because he only has 4 characters, he's actually not able to go into the airship and change his parties because you have to talk to a party member in order to be able to do that, and he doesn't have enough for that to be an option yet. You can technically force a smaller party by either entering Kefka's Tower or the Phoenix Cave, but it works out to be faster to just turn the battle speed up to 1 and then just wait for the Zone Eater to eat all 4 of them. You can do some inventory sorting during that too if you go into active battle mode.
Looks like Lynn's entering the tower. He's right behind Magus's tracks. This could be interesting.
Yeah. Magus does have a little bit of a lead, but there's a lot that can go wrong in the tower.
Absolutely.
Although not quite as much as can go wrong for Fathlo.
If I do it right, I will only get 2 unrunnables as well.
Oh, there's that behemoth he was talking about.
Around the tower to cut down or eliminate the unrunnable fights is really nice. Or even just know when they're coming too, so that you can be properly set up. Yeah, that room that Lynn just passed through has a really nasty encounter in it with 2 outsiders and a madam. And if you get that encounter and it isn't a preemptive, and you don't get like ridiculously lucky ATB, you're probably dead because the outsiders always throw weapons in the first turn and has more defense and evasion. So if that happens to both of your characters, then it's game over.
I agree with Kata. Get this guy out of here, dude.
All right, Fadlo coming up to the tower. That's going to get interesting.
Yeah, those Inox there can be a little wascally if they confuse you before you get the smoke bomb off. Although there's a fun glitch that you can get where sometimes you can use the smoke bomb on them instead of yourself, and that makes them run away instead. Ooh, Lyn on the Landworm, which is the other unrunnable battle besides the Great Behemoth, and that magnitude 8, or no, yeah, the Lodestone attack I think it has that affects the slots RNG. Landworms are not immune to Petrify, so if you have Shoat equipped, you can you can try to heal them with Petrify instead of Joker Doom.
Found a better way out of the fight. Flat lost like 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh man.
Well, I guess that works too. But yeah, I think in most cases it's generally better to die than to reset because of effects on the step route. Oh wait, what happened to... Or no, I'm sorry, I thought that was eLmaGus instead of Fatlo that was on Inferno. Okay, so I guess we missed Guardian then. Guardian's just a Joker Doom battle, but it's really dicey if you mess up slots though. Pretty decent odds that you're gonna game over if that happens. Anyway, so now eLmaGus is doing the Poltergeist skip, which is it's like the Inferno skip where he's switching parties and buffering, opening the menu and swapping characters. But in this case, instead of using it to avoid triggering the boss fight, he's actually using it to avoid triggering the conveyor belt to push him back off. So by doing that twice in a row, he's able to go through that back door and get to the switch for the final battle without actually having to fight Poltergeist and drop down from above like you normally would. So I think, yeah, between that and the Inferno skip, it's worth about 2 minutes or so, I think. as long as you have 2 characters in that party, because you do need to be able to change the party leader in order to do the glitch.
Well, that's Rip.
Ooh.
The worst luck you could ever get in this run.
I'm sorry.
The first
Tyler.
battle, he just critical hit me and I was dead.
Ah, wow, and that's with a ton of force equipment too, so
Yeah.
he's got pretty high odds to block it.
Yeah. Pretty sad.
Yeah, then Doom is actually even though Vanish Doom is a extremely well-known glitch, the Doom battle is the one and only time it actually gets used in the any percent no sketch run, at least with this route. And that's just because Joker Doom is something you have much faster access to, because you don't need to actually, because learning the Doom spells takes a while because you need 50 AP. But because only Setzer and Go-Go are capable of using slots, you need another way to deal with Doom. So Vanish Doom is it. Mega Sun Goddess is the last mini-boss in the tower. Fortunately, Goddess is a automatic side attack, so as long as you don't fail slots, she's never gonna get a turn. This is gonna be an interesting fight when Fathlo gets here too.
Nicely done.
Alright, so Mega's just getting set up for the final battle.
Oops.
Kind of like with the Ultros 4 fight for the 3 tiers leading up to Kefka, you're unable to use regular Joker Doom and have to use the reverse Joker Doom glitch instead. And then for defense too, he's going to be abusing maxing out Celis's magic evasion to, I think, 129 is how high she can go, and if you have 128, that's perfect defense basically. And then also having a True Knight relic equipped that we picked up way back in the Returner's Hideout, and that makes Celis cover anybody that's in critical HP. So if he still has a Thunder Rod left, he can actually use that in his own party in order to force them into critical HP faster. And then he's basically good for the rest of the fight as far as physical attacks, but there's quite a few things that especially tier 2 can do that can still kill characters with certain magical attacks. And I'm assuming Neerrm has Magus's audio on, or else he's fired.
Well, is he on the fight, dude? Good luck to him.
Yep, he's entering it right now.
Lynn managed to dodge getting frozen. That N cross does a freeze status, so that can slow down this fight a bit if either character gets frozen before you get Vanish Doom off.
Yay, reverse smoke bomb.
Nice. I was hoping at least one person would get it. Yeah, so once he's picked back up after that Thunder Rod, there's pretty much nothing that Tier 1 can actually do to damage him. Then he's just going to set up Reverse Joker Dome. He also needs to make sure to float, because if the head is the last part of Tier 1 to die, which happens if you use Reverse Joker Doom, it uses Quake as a final attack, and Quake is unblockable, so you'll die if you actually get quaked and you're not floating. People that weren't around during the Ultros 4 fights earlier, Reverse Joker Doom lets you still use Joker Doom on fights where the game locks out, getting 777. You can always get 7-7 bar, which normally kills your own party, but there's a targeting glitch you can capitalize on where if you queue up 7-7 bar, confuse Setzer, then unconfuse him before he actually gets his turn, then that will reverse the targeting to target enemies instead of you. You can also be mimicked too, which it's going to be done on Kefka and possibly on Tier 2 as well. I'm sorry, Tier 3. Yeah, an unfortunate thing about failing Reverse Joker Doom is that if you fail it and use Lagomorph, that will heal your characters enough that you won't be critical anymore. Ooh, Magus getting the slip hit too. Should probably use Remedy or something on Gogo, so we won't die from the HP drain. It's not at a bad point.
Yeah, you got to be somewhat fast when you set up this Reverse Joker Doom, because you're doing 4 things at once. You're casting Vanish, and then you're casting Muddle, and then you're doing Remedy, and then you're trying to get the bars. So you got to be pretty fast at this.
And casting Vanish on Setzer is part of it, just to guarantee that Muddle will hit him, because Muddle removes all magic evasion. I'm sorry, Vanish removes all magic evasion. And then using Remedy instead of attacking because Celis would actually block it if because of Setzer being in critical. I believe. Well, actually, I don't know if him being confused affects that, but Remedy is guaranteed to actually work.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll talk to you guys on the other side.
Alright, good luck.
All right, good luck, Lynn.
We're in for a pretty close finish for first and second here. I like it. And then might be able to get a sub 5 too. So the start of Tier 2 is one of the more trolly sections, because probably the worst thing it can do is use Diffuser, which is a unblockable lightning attack that I think will kill everyone except Celis. But Magus managed to dodge that. You are able to mimic reverse Joker Doom, but because of the targeting is based on enemy slots and those are different from tier to tier, it ends up being faster to just redo reverse Joker Doom. During the 10 hits here too, he's shifting some stuff around for tier 3. What we really don't want to see for tier 3 is using Murton in the first turn, because that's another unblockable attack. And there's the Murton.
Oh boy.
So when he sees the Murton happening, he gets the force shield off of Celis and gives it to Gogo for more magic defense. But this is pretty scary, just because now he has to block Calmness multiple times.
Yeah, this is hope and pray right here.
He just needs to bust the Fatflow and block the quad, dude.
You might need to heal at the start of the Kefka fight too, to not die from the HP slip too, assuming he survives Calmness here. Which, oh, he didn't.
Damn. It's gotta happen to Sorry, I'm forgetting someone.
Yeah.
Always, dude, always.
The LCC special, Murton Calmness. Oh, and then Fatlow is fighting probably the worst boss in the tower with the Savonless route too, just because since he didn't learn Doom, he in order to kill Goddess he has to do Vanish and then Snare with Mog, which is a 5 out of 16 chance.
Yeah, Mog wouldn't stop spamming cave in, so try again?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean Goddess is 44,000 HP, so it's sort of feasible that you could kill her just from cave-in damage, but once she's taken 11,000, she gains some nastier attacks, namely Quasar, which
Yeah.
even higher level is still gonna kill you because it's unblockable and ignores defense. So fortunately dying to Kefka isn't quite as costly as dying to Zeromus in FF4, just because you can get right back into the fight from the save point, and there's only 3 minutes of cutscenes before you can get started instead of 6.
Alright, we got it.
Very nice, fellow.
Yeah, you're seeing tier 2 trolling Lynn a little bit. to actually make that fight a little bit safer, as you saw him do. He casted Siren and then tried to doom the top middle one, just to make it a little bit less troll-y.
Shit. Sorry.
So yeah, Fathlo is gonna have a bit of a more dangerous fight ahead of him just because of having skipped some stuff that makes mostly tiers 2 and 3 safer.
Luckily, I have like 30 Phoenix downs, so I can just keep reviving for tier 2. And Lin dodged the Murton, so he's pretty much home free now. It's 1 out of 3 odds for Murton.
In there.
And
Well,
the
it's
final
not a
battle with
PvE.
Kefka is pretty anticlimactic in this run. You basically just mimic reverse Joker Doom twice. Once to reset the targeting, and then the second time to actually kill him. It is more climactic than Sketch though, because you do fight all 4 tiers. If you want to play risky, you can give Gogo Ninja Gear instead of Tau Robe, which makes him fast enough to potentially outspeed Fallen One, but you're risking a lot over just a few seconds of animation time. Alright, and we
GG.
have our winner.
Congratulations, Lin.
Yeah.
Lin.
GG,
So what was the final time for Team JerkBird then? I don't have the main timer up right now. Oh, sounds like 12:16:49, which let me check what the previous fastest relay team time was.
12:35, I believe.
Sorry, I had to get my headset back in. The final time is 12:16:36, a new record by about, what was that, 17, 19 minutes? I can't.
Yeah, it looks
do
like
math.
12:35:32 was the previous quote-unquote record.
Well played, Lynn. That run was insane.
Everyone else got excessively troll, so I brought it
Yeah,
home.
that's the fastest FF6 run we've had in one of these too. I think the previous one was, I want to say, a 4:58.
eLmaGus got trolled again.
Really? By what this time?
Flare Star, I think?
Ah, yeah, another unblockable in tier 2.
Heck.
Yeah, that just happens with Kefka sometimes. You can play perfectly and just die.
Mm-hmm.
That's a heck of a comeback for JerkBird. Well played, Lean, for sure.
Yeah, was that over 20 minutes-ish? Close, about 18, wow.
Yeah, because it was a pretty insignificant difference after FF4, but yeah, they made up. It looks like they lost some time on 5, but then made up pretty well on 6.
I woke up a few hours ago and had a sneak peek at FF5 and saw the double world record. That's insane.
Ooh.
So with this relay
With
win,
the
all-
outsiders and Madam battle there that he survived thanks to it being a preemptive.
all future FF6 runs must be in JerkBird form, thanks to this victory.
Definitely.
And then he has Behemoth, which is unrunnable, so he's going to Vanish Doom it and then Smoke Bomb, because the only enemy in this fight that has the boss flag is the Behemoth. Alright, Faflo coming onto tier 2, which I want to say is probably the most dangerous part of the final battle for him. There's the diffuser.
This is gearing up to be a pretty epic race for second place at this rate.
Yeah, it's getting tense again. What a way to
Yeah,
end a relay though, like with a fight like this that has a bit of luck to it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never forget the last relay too, where I forget which team it was, had a kind of a sizable lead, but then got the LCC special on Tier 3, and then it then became a really close race for first and second, and then not factoring out the different setup times and between the teams, it ended up being 2 seconds between first and second.
Yeah. I think we were ahead, and we had a chance at we got Mertoned. I remember watching it at work.
Roth, if you go back and watch anything from this fight, from this relay, you need to go back and watch Magus' at and weapon fight, because it's the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah.
Nice. I have heard stories already.
Okay.
Oh well, yeah, Fathlo is still getting trolled by Tier 2, so Magus could pass him if he has a pretty clean fight here. He got diffusered too, though.
I'm just waiting for the big comeback.
This is your time, Vic.
Because ideally what you want to have happen is what happened, I think, on Magus's first attempt at Tier 2, which is just that he didn't do Diffuser and then did Reverse Joker Doom and moved on.
Yeah, you want a spell that doesn't do anything like Imp or something, or and then you want Gravity Bomb or Tech Laser on somebody that doesn't matter.
And then there's the Atomic Ray there. I know Fathlo said that he's got a ton of Phoenix Downs. I mean, as long as that holds up, he can keep going just because Celis is untouchable by, I think, anything that Tier 2 is capable of doing.
Vic, have you game overed yet?
Yes, I have.
I was wondering if you could at least get the no game over crown, but rip.
Alright, I got through Tier 2. Whew.
Good luck.
I got ninja'd earlier in the tower.
Okay.
That was my first one. Well, I just got my second one now, basically.
I'm praying that he blocks this calmness. He blocked it, yes!
Nice!
The Fathlo look! With
Someone
Ninja
finally
gear
didn't
on.
get the LCC special.
With Ninja Gear on.
I better see a fallen one, Skip.
I'll try.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Oh. Not again.
What a game.
Magus trying to bop the LCC at his Moton
Again,
Calls
dude?
special record.
That's rough, dude. Sorry.
No fall in one skip. I know why I messed it up, but... Oh
The important thing is you tried.
well.
This has been fun so far.
Aren't you glad you signed up?
Alright, we have second.
Sure.
We have our second place. So Kata should be providing the time momentarily.
GG.
GG Team Chupon.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like 12, 27, 52 for Team Chupon. Definitely would have been closer if not for stuff like the tentacles and other shenanigans, but definitely interesting to see the different routes in action.
Yeah. That's the worst luck I've ever had in a run I've saved in this.
I know. I mean, just how many times did you die trying to get Edgar? Like 3?
3 or 4. I died to a pincer. Oh wait, no, I survived the pincer.
I think you
I
died
died to
twice
tentacles and then twice. Yeah, 3.
Yeah, so 3 times.
And then I died immediately with solo Setzer.
That's basically why I didn't try to learn saplings for this. This is dumb. Of course, as we can see from Magus, it doesn't actually matter.
Nice.
It's all good. I'm enjoying myself.
Was 455 a PB in terms of relay racing?
For FF6, yes. I believe the fastest FF6 relay run before that was 458.
Nice. So we had PBs in all of the games then.
Yeah, because I
Like
think the
in-
fastest FF4 before was like 317 or so, and then
Yeah, something like that.
5, I'm sure the fastest time before that was like 4 something easily, like 405 or higher.
That's 405. I believe Happy Squid had that.
I believe we can safely say 5 got crushed.
Yeah, just a little
Five is
bit.
Probably not going to.
I'm just wondering if if we're ever gonna release, if sub 12 is ever gonna be a thing. I mean, just looking at the times, I see, probably Team JerkBird lost most of their time on FF5. I mean,
We'll put the top
I guess
times
if
together. Find out.
Vogel had gotten 3rd world record of the day in FF5, then it would
If
have
we
been
had
sub
kept the
12
original-
for Team JerkBird.
Me, Chrono, Kirby, and Raw.
Just add up all the top times right now.
Oh god, yeah, it would have been.
Sub 12.
Truth.
Man, well,
Whose
yeah,
idea was
hopefully
it to
that'll
break up
be
that
hopefully that'll be in the cards for at least one team next year then.
I'm sure next year we'd probably have a gauntlet runner or 2 into the fray.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting though to see how you'd handle the relay, because a gauntlet runner would probably either have to play emulator on 5 and then set up 6 while he's playing FF5, or just run through the intro for 6 on console.
Yeah, I guess that would be a factor. Unless we just wanted to adjust the timing for them and because of that. So that they could do everything on console if they wanted to.
Yeah.
Just minus the intro for FF6.
Just make them buy 2 consoles, easy.
An accident can write FF5 and 6 bots. Sounds good.
Yeah, have an entirely inhuman team. Alright, see if Magus can finally get a break. And see how it goes for Bick.
347, heck.
Do the Ultros boogie. Apparently do the NightBat, doesn't fit the text limit.
We fight at 12.5 hours for this moment. I'm glad Lynn named Mog Big though, that was a pretty special moment.
No problem.
Even though that cost him a 454 probably.
Okay, I had the menu handicap too. It took me longer to set my colors. I had to set like 5 things.
Worth it.
Alright, moment of truth for eLmaGus here, again.
Please give me a break. It's like people still calling for Murton. It's enough, dude.
Thanks, chat.
It's been
Alright.
enough.
We're finally in the clear.
Awesome.
Why couldn't that have happened the first time around? That would have been so much nicer.
Yeah. Yeah, because you had smooth tiers 1 and 2, and then the LCC special happened.
Yeah. Granted that, to be fair, like I was watching the chat while I did the Kefka for the second time, and I did not pay attention and then I equipped Thunder Shield on Sabin, which is why I died to Flare Star on tier 2. Granted that, still, he didn't have to use Flare Star there, but yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a miracle that Gogo blocked all those commises.
Oh, does he have less magic block in 7-less or something?
Yeah, well, he doesn't have a Taro.
Ah, okay.
Mine had one. It's over. Finally.
GG.
GG.
Oh, I lost 25 minutes on Kefka. Holy moly.
Final time for Wyverns, 12 hours, 36 minutes, 26 seconds.
That's okay, granted that I lost the 25 at the end there, and the 2 minutes at the start of the game, and the choke on Adma, so that's pretty okay.
Good job, eLmaGus.
Why, thank you.
Just need to find out what Team NightBat's final time is, and I guess we'll do some quick credits, and then send everybody off to watch another stream.
This is official in-game audio.
He does need to, when he's mimicking reverse Joker Doom, he does need to mimic with the right side of tier 3 dead in order to reset the targeting so that the next one will hit both of them, otherwise you're just stuck in an infinite loop basically. You keep killing the right side and then it keeps reviving. Okay, I think I know what song is playing now.
We finally reached the end of the credits.
All 23 minutes of glorious ending credits.
JRTA. Except that I didn't start from Power.
I probably lost some frames mashing the text after FF4 died too.
Mercifully, it's over. Oh my god. Ugh.
None you did beat eLmaGus too.
GG, Vic.
GG.
I'm gonna join the club of worst run I've ever had in my life.
Final time for Ultros NightBat is 12 hours, 40 minutes, 9 seconds. Well played, everybody. That's only 4 minutes beyond our previous relay PB, so that's absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and all 4 teams just fight some pretty horrendous shenanigans on 6. For a couple of them got a sub 13 too, by a pretty healthy margin. And yeah, I'm kind of optimistic that we might have a real shot at a sub 12 next year too, if new strats keep getting found and people keep getting better at the runs.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
the main timer is totally still going.
If FF manages to not, die, usually cut off a lot of time on that.
Alright. We did it, everybody. 12 hours, 40 minutes, 9 seconds of Final Fantasy on the Super Nintendo. What a time to be alive.
GG.
Very nice job, everybody.
Hey, it's this guy. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna take over right now and say Catastrophic 4, who has been in the chat. He hasn't been in here very much because he had to work today. But so Kata helped set up like 98.2% of this whole entire relay. This layout, all of the logos, all the setup for the relay, all kinds of everything came from Kata. And unfortunately he had to work today, so I'm the one who ended up streaming it. But he did so much work in getting this prepared and getting this ready to go. He deserves 1,000 times shoutouts and everything for getting this all set up, and it's just the amount of work he did behind the scenes that he will never get credit for unless I say something is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Neerrm was no slouch himself though, just because he put in quite a bit of work this past week getting all 12 runners for the relay tested as far as their hitbox and audio settings, along with dealing with all of the ne'er-do-wells in chat for 12 hours and 40 minutes that kept saying, "Man, we got 2 audio sources going at the same time," and stuff like that.
It was definitely a team effort. I appreciate everybody's help, and I appreciate everybody watching, participating. It was amazing. So.
And then the Roth and eLmaGus were also in the admin team for the event. The people that are familiar with the history of the SNES FF relay, it was something I basically started about 2 years ago after seeing both the Mega Man community do like classic Mega Man relays, and also seeing the Japanese RPG community do this same type of event. And I thought it would be cool to try to at least get like 2 teams going to try one of our own. And then lo and behold, even for the first relay, there was enough interest for 4 teams. And then just watching the combined times go down by huge factors over the past 2 years has definitely been a treat to behold. I'm so massively glad that I was able to get a great crew of people to take charge of organizing the relay this year. I think we all definitely agree that Kata put in the most work of the 5 of us, probably followed by Neerrm. And I think it definitely showed in the organization and production quality of the relay this time around. Having a great group of people in charge of running it. I wanted to give a quick shout out, by the way, to a guy named Cookie too, who's done restreams of the relay on Nico Live, which is always something I've really enjoyed being possible, just because of the Japanese community's relay being an inspiration for us starting our own. Unfortunately, he was not able to do it this time through no fault of his own, because there were some technical issues with people from outside of Japan being able to connect to Nico. So he was all set to do a restream, and then a friend of mine, eMister, I offered to help commentate FF4, but unfortunately they weren't able to actually do it because of those tech problems. But I really appreciate the offers to help with that, and then hopefully next time around it will actually work out to have a Japanese restream again. And I guess, any of you guys have any other shoutouts or other stuff you wanted to say before we I guess either decide to either finish watching all the endings or do us a raid?
Shouts to Murton.
You know, I love being here with my friends that I've been friends with for a couple years now, but I think we would all enjoy some more new blood doing these relays. So, you know, those of y'all watching, interested in taking up this game, you definitely should. And it ought to be you next time the relay comes around.
Yeah, because let me just look here. How many new relay runners did we have?
We had a fair bit.
Rivers was new, Chrono Kirby was new, Swed was new, Lynn was new, and I think Arius was new.
Yeah. Well, the main thing though is a lot of those guys probably could have done the last relay too had they known about it.
I know that. Yeah, I know the relays inspired a couple of people to learn one of these games too. Like, what? Actually, wasn't it No Cash that was one of the factors that got him to pick up FF4? Was the first relay? Or am I thinking of somebody else?
First relay brought in Kobai and maybe Farrell also.
Okay.
So I think No Cash was already inspired by Bosenja.
Ah, yes, by Bosenja's Die Hard runs. As the meme was back in the day.
Yeah, Villagin brings up a very good point. Just about everybody here was just a viewer at some point of RPG speedruns. I'm sure somebody's like, "Oh, that looks really cool. Let me try this," and then here we sit doing this crazy thing.
Yeah, that was me back in the Ustream days when the only RPG speedrunners at all were Reign of Soten and Essentia.
Oh, just boogie!
That's about it for me, though, I think.
Thanks for having me, too. This has been
Raid,
fun.
raid,
Yeah, thanks to everybody that took time out of their day to play, commentate, and/or watch. It's always a great time to just hang out with my boys and girls.
And once again, congrats to Swed7 for a Final Fantasy V world record, and then congrats 16 minutes later to Chrono Kirby for smashing his hopes and dreams with another Final Fantasy V world record.
Mm-hmm.
And also for a first relay, Lean's run here on Final Fantasy VI, absolutely crazy. So shoutouts to Lean for bringing his team the win.
Yeah, because we had new fastest relay times in all 3 games by at least several minutes each.
And it was a new runner for each game too, I believe, because this is the first relay you've done 4 in, right, puwexil?
Right, I don't think I had been running 4 as of the last relay. Yeah, because I just picked it up last, like, September or so, I think.
Yeah, so new relay PBs by 3 new runners, so go figure.
Yeah, so I think our kind of the plan at this point is that this will be an annual thing, just because there's a full series Final Fantasy relay now that I think June or July. I'd have to check the calendars when they're planning on do that. So, and then I don't know, there might be another Mana series relay later this year. I mean, there's just lots of cool events that the RPG community is putting on. Just kind of looking at the calendar for at least what's going to be hosted on RPG Limit Break. I see next weekend there's going to be the finals for a Final Fantasy 1 PSP tournament called the Total Chaos Tournament. The weekend after that is a Star Ocean relay. There's going to be a Lufia series marathon in May after RPG Limit Break marathon. Oh, okay, and then it's June 17th to 20th is the full Final Fantasy series relay. It's a pretty different kind of event from this, just because of how many games it has. It's I'd say it's kind of more of a showcase of the Final Fantasy speedrunning scene than a kind of more of a serious type race, but hopefully it'll be a little more competitive this year.
Sorry, it's always really fascinating to see as time progresses how much the times, like, you think a game is dead and then you get some, like, for example, Final Fantasy 5 is a great example of this. You think a game's like kind of dead, times are kind of stagnating, and then these new people come in, and then it's like Chrono Kirby and Swed, like world records out of nowhere, and like coming up with new strategies and a fresh perspective on a game is always really nice, and it does work. Like time in, time out, these relays have gone down in overall time, and I hope that continues. That being said, is there anything else people want to say? I think the winners on Team JerkBird have picked out a raid target. So, if nobody has anything else, we can go ahead and raid away. And once again, thank you to everybody who viewed the stream. If you stuck around for all 12 hours, you're crazy.
Yes, we are.
Especially me. No. And yeah. And thanks again, everybody, for helping out. Thanks again to Kata. Kata's the band. Follow that man.
Thank you, Neerrm. You've done a lot of work too, man.
Well, all right then. Shall we unleash the hounds?
I think it's
so.
time.
All right. So, we're going to raid Garrick1, who is currently doing a fundraiser for both DMC Aether and Bowie the Hero to raise funds to actually get to the RPG Limit Break Marathon. And so we're going to raid them and raid them good. And the raid message, as deigned by the winning team, actually by Bick and approved by the winning team.
I was thinking they were going to do RPG JerkBird, but that works too.
I don't know. I think Merton is definitely the winner of this one.
Yeah, that was Burton definitely won pretty big in the relay.
Definitely.
All right, go raid up Garrick. It looks like, I'm guessing, yes, that's Tide playing Wild Arms 4, one of my personal actual favorite games. And yeah, enjoy. And thanks for watching, everybody. And see you hopefully soon.
Yep, take it easy.